Hello! Sorry that I'm starting later than normal, but I didn't wake up until 9 o'clock. And so I wanted to give myself more than an hour to wake up and eat and have my medicine kick in. But I'd said I'd be here. So here I am. So, in case you missed last Sunday's stream, I was planning to do all 5 of the Dawntrail role quests, but I underestimated how long each of them would take. It turned out that each role tended out to have 2 hours for the quests. So I was able to do tank, melee, and range physical DPS last Sunday. So today I will be doing caster, and then I will be redoing the healer quests since I already did them while I was playing through the Dawntrail storyline. So let's start with the caster role quests. I'm gonna be talking to this lady right here. Suhe. Suhe seeks an adventure with a penchant for the magical. Oh, hello. Did Brooke Evo send you to help recover our stolen treasure? Yep. Thank the heavens. And judging by your accoutrements, you're learned in the arcane arts, yes? If so, we've need of your power and wisdom. It's kind of funny. You know, here I am dressed up as a painter artist, and they're like, you're learned in the arcane, right? That means artists are wizards. Yeah. Truth be told, it is wisdom that we require most. You see, even though the treasure has been guarded by our people for generations, we know little of its true nature. Huh? In ages past, the forests of our homeland were plagued with terrible beasts, a constant source of fear and danger. To combat this menace, our mages spent many moons researching the treasure, known as the Perch of the Apex. Upon unlocking its secrets, they were able to drive the monsters from the woods, bringing peace at last. With the threat all but eradicated, our forebears forbade any further use of the treasure and enshrined it within the village. As the years passed, we slowly forgot what it was to live in fear. Yet as our struggles faded into memory, stories surrounding the Perch of the Apex became legend, then myth. Now, none living are certain of its true power. Yet the peace was shattered by a member of the Passage of the Unbound. The villain wheedled his way into our trust, then stole upon my husband, the treasure's appointed guardian, catching him unaware with a terrible blow that left him unconscious. He has yet to awaken, so my daughter Tepeke has set forth to retrieve what was stolen. Unlike her father, she has no skill in the arcane arts and chose the path of the sword. That's why I've been seeking someone with the knowledge she lacks, should the ancient power be unleashed. Please, if you can find it in your heart to help Tepeke, I would be forever grateful. Consider it done. Oh, thank you, thank you. Now our only clue to the thief's whereabouts is from something he mentioned during his stay in our village. He spoke of his desire to bring change to a place called Razatan. That is where Tepeke decided to begin her search, so she boarded a ferry bound there by way of Limsa Lomitsa with her trusted sword and shield close at hand. That's how you'll know her. She agreed to stay in Radzethan to gather information until aid arrived. I know nothing of the place, but it's likely she can be found in a marketplace or some such. Please bring our treasure and my daughter safely home. You got it. So we are teleporting to Razatan. God, it's so expensive. Even with the teleport buff on. That looks like her. Oh, are you looking for me? Whatsoever for? Your mother told me to look for you. Alessandra, did you say my mother sent you? I take it she's already explained the details, such as how we know next to nothing of the treasure and its capabilities. We have only the legends passed down through our forebears to go on. They speak of a Toral Vidral, of an owl that once terrorized the forests, whose soul is sealed within the perch of the apex. The tales have only become more vague as the mists of time obscure the treasure's origin. Even our village's eldest remembers naught but an ominous warning uttered by those who once wielded its magics. The master of the apex shall be showered with good fortune, yet leave only sorrow in their wake. It's clear that despite owing their safety to the apex's power, our forebears viewed it as something to be feared. Must be truly immense. Now on to the matter of the thief. Even during our brief acquaintance, he made plain his desire to bring change to Razatan. Naturally, I've started my search here, and have been seeking anyone who's expressed dissatisfaction with the status quo. Sure enough, I soon heard stories of a recent arrival, a self-styled savior of Razatan, who proclaims that he will lead the city to greatness and calls himself the Justiciar. What? He has apparently taken on the burden of personally exterminating the beasts which infest Thavnir's wilds. He made a great show of claiming he alone is equal to the task. While he certainly draws a crowd with this boasting, they only watch with morbid curiosity as he sets off into the jungles alone. I realize this could have nothing to do with our problem, but even the smallest lead must be pursued. I've heard he often gives his speeches at the region's smaller settlements. So, shall we go to see this Justiciar for ourselves? Yes. It's decided. I hear Yuddelmod would be a good place to start. Hopefully there we can find our next crumb of a clue. Alright. Sorry, my nose was bothering me and I had to blow. You're looking for the Justiciar too? One of the soldiers just went after him. Alessandra, weird look. This boy saw the very man we seek. It seems he gave the same grand speech about saving the people, claiming that danger lurked nearby before venturing forth to combat it alone. Yet the Radiant host could not well stand idle if there truly were beasts afoot, so one of them followed him, All we need to do is pick up their trail. He ran towards the shroud. You might be able to spot him from Kadaya's footsteps. You can see the whole forest from there. Thanks, you've been very helpful. So, Alessander, let's head there and see what we can see. Yeah, we're going up to that little place. Right here. I really do like Thavnir's aesthetic. I've always liked the idea of having a room in the house with, like, Indian-styled silks and pillows, fabrics. Now then, let us begin our search. Since I've never actually seen the Justiciar, I suggest we find the Radiant Host soldier first. They do all wear similar armor after all. Okay. Now then, let us begin our search. Oh, she's just saying the same thing. That must be him. But what happened? We'd better get down there quickly. Not to worry, Alessandra. He's unconscious, but appears otherwise unharmed. What's with these rocks? Were they dropping rocks? What happened? We heard you came here in pursuit of the Justiciar. You remember anything? Yes, I eventually found him. He was confronting that fiend that now lies dead. At last, the Justiciar graces Razat-Han. I shall bring unending peace to this beleaguered land. I like his helmet. You are brave to follow in my path. You indeed possess the mettle to even consider the terrors which threaten our home, let alone stand against them. Yet courageous though you may be, you are far too weak to fell a beast so mighty. Quit this place with your life while you are yet able. I am of the Radiant Host. If I ran from such meager prey, I would become a laughing stock. How bold to look death in the eye without flinching. I doubt not your conviction to defend Razadhan, yet I believe it pales before mine. Oh, Apex, bestow upon me your divine might! Do you not heed my call? I require your power more than ever. Is something supposed to happen? Why? Am I yet unworthy? Or mayhap there is a button I must press. This is not what I expected. Stand aside, I'll dispose of this pest. Just give me a moment to get out dead like this. I won't be made a fool. Come on, you moldy trinket, work. Transform me into the hero of Razadhan. Thunk. He brandished that idol and became wreathed in a mysterious light. Then boulders started falling from the sky. Down they came, one after the other. That's when I must have been struck unconscious. I recall only faintly, but I think I heard the man mumbling, quite excitedly, as if he had come upon a sudden revelation, or as if he was overtaken by madness. It seems he got away unscathed. He had an incredible stroke of luck, or whatever he was beseeching to actually answered. And it's as I suspected. This Justiciar is the self-same thief who stole the perch of the Apex. But no doubt he's long departed from here. First, I'll escort this fellow back to Yedelmod and keep a close eye on him. Head wounds can have dreadful after effects. Hold on a sec, I still need to put my nose some more. Oh, sorry. I should have taken a Sudafed. Sorry about that. Let's continue. The soldier made his way to Razadhan to make a formal report. What an odd report it will be. His account seemed to align with legends of the treasure's powers. The wielder escaped unharmed and brought ruin to those around him. Would those folly rocks have been a freak accident? I'm not so sure. You won't believe it! He came back! Who came back? The Justiciar? Yes, not long after you left. He said he beat up a monster that knocked out a Radiant, and he was laughing his head off. Did he really do that? Is he really stronger than the Radiant? Maybe he is, but maybe he isn't. Well, my mate can't stop talking about him. He wants to be just like the Justiciar. His mom and dad weren't happy about that, though. I'd advise you and your friend to look for a different role model, but we thank you for telling us what happened. Well, there is one less fiend skulking about, I suppose. He may have been simply testing the treasure's capabilities, and as far as we know, he's yet to use its power to evil ends. I find his motivations a mystery. To steal the perch of the apex by force, only to come here to Thavnir and use it for good? It makes no sense. You've heard tell of this passage of the Unbound, yes? Many have ventured to Tuliyola claiming to be their victims. Yet here they would be saviors? If he had such noble goals, then why did he stoop to such devious deception? What could he be plotting? That's neither here nor there. He stole from my people, and that misdeed can't be forgiven. The perch of the apex helped us win peace. By its might, our forebears built the foundation of the lives we now lead. Until recently, it stood silent, a symbol of our pride as a people. It reminded us that we carved out a home within that inhospitable wilderness. Being trusted with its protection is a great honor. I was so proud of my father when the elders chose him. So proud to be his daughter. Yet since the day it was stolen, some of the other villagers made their disdain towards him only too clear. I couldn't bear it. That's why I must get it back, to restore my village's pride and my father's reputation. I understand. There's still so much we don't know about the Justiciar, but we have to assume he's learned to wield the Apex's power. I can't say with those falling rocks have anything to do with it, but I won't discount it outright. I'll continue looking into his whereabouts. While we still have so many questions, with both of us working together, we'll find answers soon enough. You can count on me. Oh, Sandra, I'm afraid there have been some developments that are less than encouraging. News of the Justiciar's actions have spread throughout the city, and with each retelling, his deeds become more valorous. The young citizens in particular seem to view him as something of an idol. What? Despite the creatures he hunts posing no real danger, he would paint them as mighty beasts in need of felling. Of course, the Radiant host are far too busy to trouble themselves culling every pest that casts a sideways glance at the city's gates. Yet the Justiciar has twisted circumstances to his advantage. He proclaims to anyone who'll listen that the Radiant host shrink with terror before these beasts, and that he's the only one who can eradicate them. Though you might expect such claims to be dismissed as wild ramblings, it seems no few people have fallen for his ploy. The whispers of his exploits among the youth have practically grown into a clamor. Yet we mustn't be discouraged, for his increasing fame only makes it easier for us to sniff out his trail. And where better to start than Razatan? I'll see you there, Alessandra. Okay. Given how large the city is, let's split up to cover more ground. I already have a destination in mind, the High Crucible. I hear the alchemists there could concoct all manner of tinctures and powders, including those which help in detecting traces of energies left behind by magics and enchanted tools. Fallen rocks have invariably marked locations where the Justiciar has performed one of his feats, and I believe an alchemical mixture can help us determine if their presence is the work of the treasure. I'm hardly an expert in such concoctions, though, so I'll seek advice at the High Crucible. While I'm doing that, I would ask you to go to the Hall of the Radiant Host and see if they have any new information on the Justiciar's whereabouts. Does that plan sound agreeable to you? Yeah, that's fine. Great. Now that we both have our tasks, let's get to them. I'll meet you back here once my business is done. Where are we going? Radiant Host. I haven't been here since I did the role quest for Walker. I did all this guy's quests too. Tired of hearing about this Justiciar. His popularity among the city's younglings is quickly becoming a cause for concern. Try as we might to refute his claims that the Radiant Host are allowing monstrous beasts to run amok unchecked, you know how young minds are, impressionable and difficult to change once set. We initially disregarded him as a boastful eccentric, but his alarming sway over the populace can no longer be ignored. We are at present considering whether to open a formal investigation into his activities. You and this ally of yours have done well in your search thus far. You even have a working theory about the falling stones. Quite impressive. Several of our number have encountered him during their patrols, only to lose sight of him under a hail of rocks. Such incidents have become all too frequent, and many in our ranks demand we act. For now, I'm afraid this is all the help I can offer. Please share what I've told you with your companion, and together we may yet unmask the Justiciar. I wonder what he's trying to do. Like if he's trying to get people to rally around him, they're gonna get hurt. Oh, it's heartening to know that the Radiant Host are taking this seriously. Thank you for speaking with them, Alessandra. I have good tidings as well. I explained the situation to the alchemists, and they provided a powder that should help detect traces of magic in the surrounding environment. I say help because the powder reacts only faintly on its own. To function properly, it requires the skills of one practiced in the arcane arts. Luckily, I have you. I've committed the locations of all sightings of the Justiciar to memory, and the closest to us was at the perfumed rice. Let's hope this powder works as intended. Okay, so where outside is that? Over here? Okay, so we'll go to the Great Work. Come on, Cappy. I got a rock.
Alessandra?
What? Hold on a sec. What's going on? How did it...
Hey, kitty cat.
Hold on a sec. Did you join my stream? What's going on?
I gotta run. It's good to see you, though.
Bye. I couldn't tell who that was. I think I might need to change a setting later, but whoever that was, thank you for coming by. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, I don't know who that was. Very strange. Anyway, let's keep going. The Justiciar was sighted here, near here, and I didn't see any other conspicuous stones around, so I've sprinkled the powder over this one. Now concentrate your focus or inner eye, or whatever it is that's the locus of your power. See if you can't detect any unnatural forces. So, were you able to detect anything? I knew you could do it! So because there are no crystals in the rock, the energy you detected must be the remnants of some kind of spell, is that right? And taking the story of the Radiant we rescued previously into account, we could conclude that the Justiciar uses the treasure to call those stones down from the sky. At least we now have an inkling of its true nature. Even so, not every question has been answered. Radiant told us that even as the Justiciar stood before the creature, he seemed to have trouble calling forth the Apex's power at first. My father once said that the perch of the Apex is much like the wand he used to weave his magics. Of course, the main difference between them is the unique nature of the essence stored within the treasure. I know little of such arcane instruments, but you must be quite familiar with them. How do you use yours? I channel Aether into it. I see. Even with the right instrument, spellcasting requires the use of specific techniques. The Justiciar seems to lack any such expertise, so how did he tap into the treasure's power? I suppose the perch of the Apex possesses some unique method of activation. When I spoke to the representatives of the other tribes about their treasures, no one mentioned special techniques being required. Not that the relics should have much in common to begin with. You two, did you see an Ori girl pass through here by herself? I'm afraid not. What happened? Wait, I recognize you both. The hero of the final days and our recent visitor from Tyrol. Apologies for the imposition, but may I beg your assistance? It's all that Justicier's fault. The girl said she was off to join that fool's crusade and ran out of Yellowmud before anyone could stop her. My mother begged us to find her, but if she's following the Justiciar, she could be anywhere. You see, he's been sighted at locations scattered all over Thavnir. We can't stand here looking at rocks while a girl is in danger, especially if the Justiciar is involved. We have to help. Right. That'd be much appreciated. We're searching places where the Justiciar's been spotted before, so perhaps you could start where he hasn't been seen? Good idea. As far as I know, he hasn't been sighted at the northern shores. Come on, Alessandra. I just want to check off... Let's check something. Okay. Let's see. Oh, no. Where is it? Okay. There we go. Now I don't have to worry about that. I could turn it back on later, but for now, I'd rather not have to worry about it when it's unexpected, you know what I mean? It was nice though that that person popped in, but I want to wait. Alright, let's continue. I'll start my search right away. Pray hurry to the northern shores. I only hope we can find the girl soon. Down, I guess. There we go. Don't worry, young lady, I will... Wait, no. I should have done it before I spawned them. Oops. It's okay. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I heard fighting, so I came as fast as I could. It's a good thing you arrived in time to save the girl. Thank you, miss. Thank you. I'm glad you're safe, but your mother must be worried sick. You shouldn't wander off like that, especially not to look for a trickster like the Justiciar. What? You mean he's a bad man? Yes, exactly. He stole an important treasure from my village, and now he's using it to make himself look brave. But he needs it to kill the monsters, to protect us. That's no excuse for stealing. He might have fooled you younglings, but the Radiant hosts know what he's up to. But he said he'd save us from the monsters. He's our hero. The Radiant said we shouldn't be scared, but we all know the Justiciar is the one who keeps us safe. We don't need the Radiant anymore. No hero can save the world alone. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say bad things about the Radiant. They protected everyone in the final days. I guess I forgot how much they care about us. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that after all you've been through. You said the Justiciar is a thief and a trickster, but I hope it's not true. He's my hero. Hi, Red. How are you doing? Well, I'd best escort her back to Yanawan. I'll meet you there later, Alessandra. I'm just gonna go ahead and fly. I don't care. Good to see you too. Hugs. Yee. Oh. I think I'm on the second? Yeah, this is the second caster role quest. Where is she? Go a little more that way. It's okay. Like, the reason the names are different is because I named my Final Fantasy character after my avatar on Second Life. But I gave it a different last name based on a fantasy short story I wrote when I was younger. Oh. But because of that, I added my Twitch link to my search comments. So that way if someone searches it, they'll see that I'm Sad Siren. Alright. Where is she? There she is. The girl and her mother are reunited, and I think we could both give ourselves a pat on the back. They're on their way now to inform the Radiant host that all is well. I would like to apologize for before. I let my emotions get the better of me and harangued that poor girl when she was hardly to blame for anything. Really should have been scolding myself. Okay, Red. Alessandra, there's something I neglected to tell you before. The man who now calls himself the Justiciar came to us in the guise of a worldly merchant. He was eager to ask about the Perch of the Apex and its history, and I was equally eager to tell him, not even considering what he might do with the information. I'm so proud of my father for being appointed as its guardian. I suppose I was trying to impress this stranger out of sheer vanity. That vanity led to my father being attacked, and the treasure being stolen from under our noses. I have no choice but to make amends for my mistake and bring it back. Yet some are convinced that the Justiciar acts only to serve the greater good. I couldn't accept that he might not be as rotten as I thought, and lashed out at the wrong person. From now on, I can't let my emotions cloud my judgment. I must remain calm and look at the facts for what they are. And the facts say that the Justiciar has done no harm to the people of Thavner. Even so, the organization he serves, the Passage of the Unbound, is evil to its very core. If his actions at my village are not villainy, I don't know what is. The situation is fraught with contradictions. I still don't know what to think. What about you, Alessandra? Yeah, even if he hasn't attacked anyone, his actions are stirring unrest. I agree. He speaks of justice and heroism with great bluster, yet there's something we're missing. Thank you, Alessandra, for your wise words. I sometimes find it difficult to keep my heart from skewing my perspective, so I'm grateful that you're here to help me see clearly. So it seems our objective is unchanged. We track down the man who stole my people's sacred treasure. Whatever his intentions may be, unraveling them comes secondary to finding the man himself. I'll continue to pour my every effort into the search, so stop by from time to time, and I may have something new to share with you. Okay. Alessandra, I hope you've been well. Since the last we spoke, the Justiciar has been busy felling fiends all across Thavner, leaving a trail of witnesses behind in his wake. More than a few have reported seeing stones falling from the sky, which all but confirms our theory that the treasure is causing the phenomenon. The stories share one more peculiar commonality. It seems the pests he hunts have all been of the seedkin variety. Why he avoids beasts of flesh and blood is yet a mystery. Bears mentioning that each of these eyewitness accounts came from people who were rescued by the Justiciar, who invariably appears just as these creatures attack. In fact, the Justiciar has been there to save the day in every single instance of seedkin-related mischief. Awfully suspicious if you ask me. I'm not the only one who thinks so. Some among the Radiant Host have suggested that the Justiciar is planning these assaults somehow, so he alone can reap the glory from thwarting them. I agree and think this should be our next avenue of investigation. That's true, that girl was getting attacked by the walrus things and he wasn't there. Many of these incidents occurred near the Giant Skull grounds, so we should start our search there. We could find one of these monstrous plants before it finds hapless prey. We may be able to shed light upon the Justiciar's methods. Time is of the essence, so let's leave at once. Alright. Let's go from here. Here we go. Any moving bushes, slithering vines? Not here in any case. Sandra, I'll search the western path. Why don't you search east? If you see something, don't strike to kill. Weaken it and then capture it with this rope. We'll learn more from a live specimen. Hmm. Da-da. This is a rope. While ropes aren't often used to capture plant life, sometimes there's only one tool available. Alright. I did it again. I did it again! Oh, not wicked enough, huh? There we go. Should be wicked enough now. What? I have to kill him? There, you happy now? Alright. I guess they made it so you wouldn't accidentally kill it. I've seen plenty of fauna roaming about, but the flora all seems to be of the rooted to the ground variety. Perhaps my hunch was incorrect? Oh, I found it. Not even an aurochs could break free from the knots binding this mortal seedling. You found one. In fact, this is exactly as an eyewitness described. Why don't you keep it for the time being? Bring it to the Great Work, and I'll ask my acquaintance there to examine it with all haste. Plants and rocks and totems, oh my. I'm still trying to understand how all of this works. Like, I get the phrase saying that whoever is wielding the totem is safe, but everyone around them is gonna get hurt. But why? And, you know, is it like triggering a makeshift bird to drop all these rocks? And why rocks? Here. Wait. Yes. This alchemist and I spoke briefly the last time I was here. Give her the little seed kid you caught and we'll see what she makes of it. Oh. Meow. Are you okay? No? No? Mistress Tepke told me what to expect. Well then, let's see the thing. Here you go. Oh, I didn't expect it to be so diminutive. If Mistress Tepke's intuition is correct, then I expect some interesting discoveries are in store. Oh, come here. Why are you making a fuss? You bored? Brought me quite the fascinating specimen indeed. I could say for certain that this creature's growth isn't natural in the slightest. Biologically, it's still but a sapling, as you could tell by its size. Yet it is the result of a specific alchemical mixture which is used to spur the growth of seeds and mycelium to an unnatural degree. The agents have a side effect of making the creatures more aggressive, which explains why such a small specimen would so boldly attack beings larger than itself. Yet the solution requires ingredients most rare, and the cost of procuring enough to synthesize it would be beyond the means of most. So whoever's behind this, they are likely well heeled. I've never heard that as a term before. Well-heeled. As for the creatures themselves, if they were all grown artificially, perhaps that explains why most of the incidents involve small seedkin. Rather than wait for them to mature naturally, the Justiciar must have accelerated their growth so that he could deploy huge numbers over a short span of time. In fact, his plan likely requires they be small, weak foes in order to guarantee his victory. After all, the Great Justiciar can hardly be expected to bear the blemish of defeat. With these new details brought to light, it's almost certain he's staging these attacks on the common folk. Now we have a new perspective to guide our search. Perhaps you should return to Yedelmad. I hear the Justiciar is the talk of the village, and they doubtless have stories to share. A splendid idea. Thank you. Your findings have brought us a step closer to unmasking that villain. Let's hurry to Yedelmad. The more accounts we have of the Justiciar, the better our chances of predicting his next move. Alright. I'm just gonna teleport this time so we could get through this a little faster. Rest assured, the Radiant Host are well aware of the Justiciar. Every day we receive more reports of him combating beasts in the surrounding wilderness. These encounters are never on well-traveled roads, it seems. They occur in remote regions that we scarcely patrol, along routes that are only used by a small number of merchants and porters. We've concluded that the Justiciar either has uncommon knowledge of the behavioral patterns of these creatures, or that he keeps close company with a merchant who travels those obscure paths. He might know a merchant, you say? Would explain the money. Oh, you're hungry to learn more of the Justiciar? He's amazing. I was lucky enough to catch a glimpse of him on the road leading here, facing down a fearsome creature. I don't know how he did it, but he called down rocks from the sky to knock that thing flat. The Radiant hosts were away on patrol, so if he hadn't come to our rescue, that brute would have marched right into our homes. He shouted that he was the savior of Radzanon and even waved at me. But he looked so impressive with the sun shining behind him. This guy is all image. Don't tell me you've come chasing that half-baked savior. The younglings might be taken in by his honeyed words, but anyone with experience can see he's nothing but a charlatan. I have a story to prove it. A merchant I know took a tumble as he was transporting his goods. Not long after comes the Justiciar, looking chivalrous as you please in his shining armor. But did he offer a helping hand? No. He ran off with never a glance backwards. He may go on about slaying beasts, but a real hero would never ignore someone in need, even if they were just suffering from scraped knees and a bruised ego. Yeah, he's all image. All about the image. Alessandra, do you have a moment? I'm having a little trouble here. I sought this merchant out because I was told he dealt with the alchemists in the Great Work. I thought he might know something about the Justiciar, but when I asked, well, he's been like this ever since. Apologies, I was just surprised that you would ask me about that bad man. What connection could he possibly have with me? The fiends he fights are grown with rare alchemical materials, and we think he may be staging these encounters. Since you deal in such wares, I wondered if you might know how he came into their possession. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I've never spoken to that man. I very much doubt that. Perhaps he'll be more receptive to questioning from you, Alessandra. He seems to have intimate knowledge of trade routes and alchemy. Who taught him, I wonder? Come now, any merchant with a nose for profit has good relations with the alchemists. By your way of thinking, any one of us could be in league with Virazon. Ah, he said the name! Virazon, you said? Who is that, may I ask? Huh? What did I... No, that's my name. I'd be a fool to continue this charade any longer. My son Virazon is the one you know as the Justiciar. To be suddenly confronted with his litany of misdeeds, I quite lost my composure. Your son? You're his father? Then do you know how he came into possession of such rare materials and knowledge? Aye, he stole them from me. My most valuable materials and my precious maps. Yet I was the one who chose to hide that fact, and I bear the blame for the consequences. What can you tell us about him as a person? Virazon was obsessed with tales of legendary heroes, even from a young age. I paid a great deal of money to have him tutored in the art of the bow. He became quite skilled at it, in fact, but not quite as skilled as his arrogance led him to believe. Due to this, and perhaps a lack of ambition, he never aspired to true greatness. Instead, he came to rely upon fanciful equipment and exotic potions, rather than honing what skill he had. It pained me to see him fall into dissoluteness, but he would brook no counsel. So several years ago, I gave him enough coin to sport his lavish lifestyle, and told him to never speak to me again. He didn't, until but recently, when he darkened my doorstep once more. And that was when he stole your goods? Aye, although I would have willingly given them if he had but asked. He was rambling almost incoherently, saying that his heroic deeds as the Justiciar had caught the eye of someone named Apyahi, the leader of the Passage of the Unbound, whoever they are. He claimed that under the guidance of his newfound allies he had obtained a great power. Power enough to eclipse all heroes who have come before and shall come after, as he put it. Seems he gives what money he still has to these people. To think that for all his fanciful words he has only deigned to grasp at hollow glory, all at the expense of Razatan. There's no greater shame as a father. Given what we know of this shadowy group, they most likely aim to sow discontent through Virazon's deeds. He may be so blinded by his own desire for adoration that he can't see whose hands are pulling his strings. Right. You're saying that he's being used? If that's true, then I can no longer remain silent, despite what shame it may bring. I see now that sharing my story might be the only way to save my son. Indeed. I suggest you tell the Radiant Host at once. Of course, we'll be pouring our every effort into stopping him. Thank you for giving me direction. I don't imagine our meeting would end this way. Truth be told, I'm not entirely unsympathetic towards Virazon. I basked in my father's reflected glory, while having none of my own to speak of. The glory Virazon seeks is similarly false. I too shall visit the Radiant Host, have them spread word of the Justiciar's true nature. If the people are wise to his trickery, they will be far more likely to aid us. You'll soon learn that a legend built on lies is no match for true heroism. Alright, we're going into the second half of this. Greetings, Alessandra. Your son's father has been as good as his word, and has confessed the truth of his son's actions to whomever will listen. Even among the younglings, far fewer sing the Justicier's praises. Tide is turning in our favor at last, and the Radiant hosts are making ready to tighten the net. Speaking of which, they had curious news to share. They'd been examining the stones left behind by the Justiciar and noticed a pattern. They were all varieties of rock commonly found near the site of each encounter. For instance, near the Giant Skull grounds, the Justiciar seems to have called down a hail of what else but Giant Skull. I have my own theories about what this means, but I'd like to hear your thoughts, Alessandra. And it's safe to say the artifact doesn't create rocks from nothing. Indeed, the perch of the apex likely lifts whatever stones are nearby and brings them crashing down to earth. If our suspicions are correct, we're one step closer to unraveling its mysteries. But despite these favorable developments, the Justiciar's popularity remains a problem. Even with the recent blow to his credibility, his most ardent followers still idolize him. In fact, I hear he's handing letters to the youth of Razadhan, though their contents are a closely guarded secret. All the more reason to investigate, don't you think? Once we get to Razadhan, if I question people around the marketplace, could you cover the city's western quarter? That's where his younger followers tend to gather. After we've collected enough information, let's meet to share our findings. See you again in Razadhan, Alessandra. Right. Let's go into town. I'll do this ahead of time so I don't forget. Let's go here. The Riveday Fibers. What's this about? The Justiciar gave me that invitation himself, only for some thief to snatch it right out of my hand. Huh? You believe in the Justiciar too? Well, I didn't have a chance to read the whole letter before it was stolen, but he's gathering his most devoted for a special audience. The bastard who stole my invitation is clearly up to no good. He even muttered something about getting revenge. But who could hate someone so noble? Huh. I wonder. Oh, you're the one who's always following that Tepeki around. I heard she's spreading rumors about this city's savior. I won't let her harm his reputation any more than she already has, so I've nothing to say to her lapdog. Yeah, I know about the letters. Me and my friends didn't get one, though. The grown-ups get angry if we talk about the Justiciar. But guess what? I heard Zashel talking about him over by Mirad's Miane. He had a big grin on his face, too. Does that mean the Justiciar isn't a bad man like the grown-ups say? Alright. You need to go over here. Reads me on the pub. Let's go. What's a smug dude? It's true what they say. A fool and his gill are soon parted. if it isn't one of the heroes of the final days. This isn't about that map I sold to your companion, is it? You'll find it points the way to the vaults of Alzadal III exactly as described. I may have employed a few, creative methods to entice my customers, but what merchant doesn't? I'm not here about the map. You're not? But of course, why would you be? Well, what can I do for one of our vaunted heroes? I heard you talking about the Justiciar. You're after the Justiciar? Your choice of quarry is unusual, to say the least. But perhaps I can help you along, huh? A young man came asking for a map to open the way to Usnair. I sold him every map I had, assuring him that the one he needed was among them. I suppose he found it, as I hear these letters were handed out contained a copy of a map. I dare say that young fellow was the Justiciar himself, and he's planning a clandestine meeting in the Usnair canals. Mind you, it appears he has no shortage of enemies. No doubt they'll try to interfere. Really? Thankfully, Razatan isn't known for large-scale criminal organizations, but that hasn't kept the less scrupulous citizens from dirtying their hands when times are desperate. From what I hear, bandits seeking to rob trade caravans keep running into the Justiciar during his fiend-felling exploits, causing their raids to end in failure. Like as not, they'll try to infiltrate this group of followers and settle the score. Huh. And that's where my knowledge of the matter ends. If you're wondering where the meeting place is, all I remember is that the spot marked on the copied maps is somewhere in the Shroud of the Sangha. So does that answer your queries? Yes. The location is somewhere within the Shroud of the Sangha. I can't remember much beyond that, so perhaps you could stop bothering me now? You a funny guy. I guess I could just walk if she's right there. Jog, jog, jog. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Those in support of the Justiciar didn't seem surprised when I told them of his misdeeds, but still they were reluctant to betray him. In short, I've had no luck. What about you, Alessandra? I heard he might be meeting people at the Usnair canals. Your investigative abilities never cease to amaze me. As for this gathering Virzon is planning, I expect it's some scheme to prop up his flagging popularity. Even so, many of his devotees are younglings, ill-equipped to make the perilous journey to the meeting place. If they have any sense, rather than attempt to travel there directly, they'll stop at settlements along the way to rest and confirm the route. You said the map led into the Shroud of Sangha, yes? That means Palakistan is the closest settlement. I hear many took refuge there during the final days, and it's now a bustling town in its own right. The arrival of more people would hardly raise eyebrows, making it the perfect place to avoid unwanted attention while they make ready. We should head there before they leave on the final leg of their journey. Alright, let's go. I love Thavnir's music. It's groovy. Oh, there's a lot of people holding letters here. I was right, Alessandra. Many of the youths are carrying pieces of parchment. Those must be the letters. Yet it seems my reputation has preceded me. Our suspected followers clearly avoid me whenever I try to approach them. Still, we can use this to our advantage. None of them would dare leave Palakistan while there's risk I might follow after. I'll keep watch over their comings and goings, but we'll make sure to leave obvious blind spots. If one of the Justiciar's followers attempts to escape the village, I need you to go after them. Now find a vantage point that affords a good view while keeping you hidden. Once you've started pursuing our unwitting target, I won't be far behind. Okay. Well, I guess I'm hiding here. I don't know if that was a good hiding spot since it showed me quite clearly. All a young man from a safe distance. Alright. Nothing but the wind. In the clear, I need to hurry. Oh shit, there's a monster there. Well, it won't aggro me. Hello, big guy. Don't mind me. Hi. Map points here. Portal should be nearby, and then I'll finally meet him. What? You're the hero who saved us in the final days. What are you doing here? I came looking for Verzon. The Justiciar. So you're working alongside that one I saw at the village? I've heard about the rumors she's spreading, but I had no idea she'd enlisted your aid. Justiciar saved me, you see. I was transporting goods for a local merchant who was too miserly to even hire a proper escort. A ferocious creature ambushed me, but my savior appeared from nowhere and saw off the beast. I owe him my life. That's why I came here, to see if there's any truth to the rumors. But now I understand I'm in over my head. I'm going back home. Here, you can have the map. I trust you to take the measure of the Justiciar and to share the truth with us all. Thank you. Bye. Apologies for watching from the shadows, but I was afraid my presence might have startled the lad. I was able to hear what he said, though, and his gratitude towards the Justiciar seemed genuine. I dare say the other followers feel similarly. Well, now that we have a map of our own, let's open the portal and confront Virzon. Right. That's what I thought would happen. You can't control who the rocks hit, buddy. What a sight. Did the treasure cause this? Oh my, if it isn't the hero who saved Razatan, nay, the world itself. I never expected someone so vaunted to attend my audience, but I am honored nonetheless. Enough of your games, Virzon. Stop this madness at once. After giving you such a warm welcome, these are the thanks I get? Well, 'tis true that I was once known by that name. 'Twas merely a guise I wore until I discovered my true self. So long as I am the masked hero of Razatan, I shall not suffer any to call me Virzon. But that is your name, isn't it? Why don't you drop the act and try being a true hero? A true hero, you say? Indeed. Perhaps casting aside this mask is the price I must pay for the adoration I am due. Very well. My name shall ring throughout Razatan. Let it be known that the Justiciar is Virzon, and Virzon is the Justiciar. What are you saying? You unleash the perch of the apex upon your own followers? You know its name. Wait, I remember you. The girl from Saktural, yes? Your village's artifact is not discriminating in its wrath. Some among my followers harbored wicked intentions, and it brought sorrow unto my enemies. The true heart caught in the aftermath were merely unfortunate. But they believed in you, even though you tricked them. What kind of hero are you? Let's fight. You too would oppose me? I had thought that as fellow saviors we might find some common ground. It would seem we are destined to walk different paths. Now, faced with unknown peril, a great fervor rages within me. However, here is not where we shall match wits. No, a more fitting battleground is in order. We will meet again soon, you have my word. Shut up! Ah! She hit him! Oh. So can you tell us what happened here? He gathered us all around and made a grand speech, claimed he was the hero that would drive back the flood of fiends threatening Thavnar. Then he spoke of his anger at the recent rumors. He told us to go forth and repair his damaged reputations so that the people would love him again. He became quite impassioned, in fact. As for us two, we were here to teach him a lesson, biding our time until his back was turned, but we couldn't stomach his self-righteous drivel any longer. He acts like he's a god come to grace Thavnar, but most people have grown wise to his tricks, including the Radiant Host. We stepped forward and told him as much, then demanded that he admit he's been pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. That's when he started waving that thing about. We soon learned that the rumors of its power were true, and rocks started falling down all around us. Even us true believers were not spared. There was nowhere to run. The Justiciar said such power cannot be fettered, and that sacrifices are unavoidable, and all the while he was laughing. We pleaded with him for mercy, but that just made him angrier. He flourished the object again, and yet more rocks assailed us. It was horrible. Stones big and small raining down endlessly, until you two appeared, that is. Thank you for telling us what happened. I only wish we could have arrived sooner. Now, just to set things straight, it was you two that brandished your weapons first, yes? Well, I won't deny that, but we were only trying to bring the truth of his misdeeds to light. Though we might have had some personal scores to settle on top of that. Before I left Pelika's stand, I asked the Radiant Host there to look out for anyone returning from the wilderness. I suggest you head there and seek their aid. While you're there, share with them what you just told us. And as for the pair of you, don't even think about running away, or you'll have us to deal with. I feel a little bad for them. I mean, they were just trying to call him out. Everyone has returned to the care of the Radiant Host. As for those ruffians who meant to attack Virzon, it seems they had a history of violence for which they may soon answer. Oh, maybe she's thinking they're the bandit raiders? Several among Virzon's followers were dealt serious wounds, but we can be grateful that none lost their lives. It's exactly as the old saying describes. Master of the Apex shall be showered with good fortune, yet leave only sorrow in their wake. The part about sorrow certainly seems true, at least. We could but hope that Virzon's spell over the people will be broken at last when word of what transpired here becomes common knowledge. Let that buoy our spirits as we return to Yedamad. Yeah, I'm just gonna fly this time. I'm not as far. I've always had to dunk into these waters when I was doing the Allied Society quests here. Trying to gather moss underwater. I'm wondering who they're gonna have be the remaining Allied Society quest givers. Be interesting if one of them was the Yakhoi. Or the Mamalja. You know what? It probably is gonna be the Mamalja, since they're trying to start farming. Well, that was certainly an ordeal. Although Virzon got away, we can look back upon what transpired to plan our next course of action. It appears that the treasure takes rocks from the surrounding environment and makes them rain down upon the wielder's surroundings. However, the power seems to be somewhat haphazard. While Verizon himself wasn't struck, the boulders assailed friend and foe alike. Something else has been nagging at me as well. The stones we saw in the canals seemed quite a bit larger than the others. I don't know what to make of it, but I will give it some thought. We still don't know exactly how he controls the Apex's abilities either. We must focus on these mysteries as we continue our investigation. As for Virzon himself, he was just as his father said, wasn't he? His so-called heroism is an empty charade, like a child playing at being a hero from their storybooks. He seems motivated by a vain desire to gain the love of the people, yet he cares nothing for their well-being. He'll learn his lesson soon enough, though. None will sing his praises after word of what happened at Uzner spreads. Even he must know this. I worry that his desperation will drive him to worse misdeeds. If the treasure is used with reckless abandon, it could cause untold harm. I must discuss this with the Radiant Host. Together we might be able to capture Verzon before he attempts anything drastic. Stand by for now, Alessandra. I'll be in touch the moment I have something to share. Okay. I wonder if he's gonna trade fame for infamy. If all he really wants is to be known. Yay! I've reached level 100. Whoop. Seems Verzon has been laying low since our last encounter. I'm sad to say, however, that my investigations have uncovered little. But there's cause to celebrate. I've received a letter from my mother with good tidings. My father has finally awakened after the grievous wound dealt to him by Verzon. He's well enough to travel to Tuliolol, in fact, and may have already arrived. Wow. Of course, I'd love nothing more than to go to him, but I pledged not to return until I had the perch of the Apex in hand. Besides, I'm soon to depart with the Radiant Host to try and sniff out Verzon's whereabouts before he acts out of desperation. That's why I ask that you go in my stead. As the treasure's guardian, no one living is more knowledgeable about its history than he. If you share with him all that's transpired since we began our search, he may be able to point out something we've missed. I know it's a lot to ask, Alessandra, but the safety of Thavner depends upon it. And please give my family my regards. My mother should be able to tell you where in Tuliolol my father is staying. Once you're finished, let us meet in the Aetheryte Plaza in Razat Han to share what we've learned. Okay. I think this is the first role quest that has had me go back to Tuliolol before finishing the whole line. Mama y Papa! Oh, if this isn't Alessandra. But I don't see Tepike with you. Did you come alone? She told me to come in her stead. I'm glad to hear my letter arrived safely and that Tepike seems to be as tenacious as ever in her search. Her father, Netse, has already arrived here in Tuliolol, but has barely stayed in one place since. He seems desperate to help Tepike from a distance in whatever way he can. He told me he was traveling to the Piarionan plain in search of information he assured me was quite vital. If you wish to speak with him, he'll doubtless be in the area. Interesting. Oh, this is near Shalan. This is in Shalani. On the south side of the lake here. Oop. Leave him alone. I was fighting an owl. I wonder if it's related to the relic. You okay? Thank you, traveler. I overextended myself. I've but recently recovered from a severe injury and was a fool to confront such a beast alone. So you're the Alessandra I've heard so much about. I owe you many thanks for all you've done to recover the Perch of the Apex. News of your progress in Thavner is most heartening. Despite my position as its guardian, I never knew it could rain down stones from the heavens. Since arriving in Tuliolal, I've done what I can to shed light upon the Tural Vidral sealed within the treasure. There's a Tural Vidral sealed within it, huh? After the nations of Tural were unified, some left our village to build new homes in the city. I've sought them out to see if they know anything of use. Unfortunately, none could offer insight into the treasure's magics, but one of them told me that owls lurked around this place. And since the Tural Vidral sealed within the Perch of the Apex was once an owl, it seemed logical to pursue such a quarry. I thought perhaps I could glean something about the ancient beast from their behavior. Like as not, some fundamental aspects remain the same even after transformation. But having heard your account, there is one fundamental difference that stands out. As far as I'm aware, no owl native to these lands possesses the ability to hurl rocks, large or otherwise. No doubt the Tural Vidral gained this power following its metamorphosis. I do believe, however, that it would retain an owl's core instincts. That one you fought didn't strike unprovoked. Instead, it watched me from afar with fear in its eyes. While this is normal behavior for most animals, I was surprised by how suddenly it descended upon me the moment I started approaching. It sensed danger and attacked preemptively. I had the same thought. The owl sensed a threat and chose to confront it rather than run from it. This same impulse may have driven the Tural Vidral. Indeed, that correlates with something I heard from one of my countrymen who had relocated to Tuliolal. He spoke of a continuation to the tales passed down from the elders. No hunter's arrow could fell the apex. It was struck down in a storm of its own wrath, made wild by a heart of fright. Thus was it sealed away at last. Now, judging from the owl's behavior, I can theorize that the treasure is activated when its bearer senses danger. And according to the story, this power can easily get out of hand if its bearer is panicked. Of course, this theory must be tested first. Virzon will certainly use the Perch of the Apex again. When he does, I ask that you and Tipike pay special attention to the circumstances leading to its activation. Okay. You have my thanks. Loath though I am to admit it, I have yet to recover from my long convalescence, and would only be a burden to you. I wish I could aid my daughter another way, but you more than make up for my absence. Please lend her every bit of knowledge you have, Alessandra. I pray that my daughter will soon return home, treasure in hand. Very cool. I know you're bored, I know. That's okay. It's okay. Pray return to Tipke and give her my regards. I only hope an old man's wild theory can help you in your quest. Da, 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 da. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I think these guys are doing it too. Alessandra, you came just in time. Verzon has shown his face in Razatan. You could tell me about your journey to Tuliyola later. Now come with me. Are you surprised? Thanks to the sage counsel of a fellow hero, I have decided to doff my mask. Although my face may be unfamiliar, I believe you know who I am. I was once the Justicia, but now you may call me Virzon. I am Thavna's protector, its savior, its hero. You may have heard salacious rumors that I have orchestrated the very attacks which I so valiantly drive back. That I was behind the catastrophe at the Usner canals. I am here to assure you that those are false aspersions all, cast by those who are envious of their betters. I give my life for this fair city and its people, and I would give more still if I could. What should we do? Might be best to lock him up before this gets out of hand. Wait, we don't want him raining down rocks with all these bystanders around. For now, keep a careful eye on him. All I ask for is your respect, your adoration. A dream held by all, but realized only by a few. And I would be one of those few. I've proven myself worthy of being your savior, and now with an entire city watching with bated breath, I shall declare my intent to reach even higher. Yes, for I can protect you all the better as your ruler. I shall retire the mantle of hero and take up the crown as the king of Radzatan. Are you for real? Right now? You know the ruler's a dragon, right? You gonna take on the dragon? The bastard's gone mad. I wield power unassailable. With me on your throne, you would never again have cause to fear. All would live in peace. All would shower me with love. They would shout it to the heavens, and from that love would spring a new Razatan, a greater Razatan. Enough of your lies, Verzon. The power you wield protects none but yourself. To everyone else, it brings only ruin. Of course, the road to greatness is ever paved with necessary sacrifices. Yet so long as your ruler lives, Razatan shall know naught but prosperity. You weird fool. You think you're better than Master Vitra? He bore the city and its people on his back while you look fit to collapse under the weight of your own armor. You're no leader, you're a damn joke. Does this man speak for you all? Is there not one among you who would follow me into a brighter future? Ah, but I am nothing if not magnanimous. Until you find the wisdom to accept me as ruler, I shall continue to stand vigilant as your eternal shield. Stop this, Verzon. You're only making it worse for yourself. Can't you see you've become a laughingstock? Give up this facade and answer for your sins. Do so now, and the Radiant Host may yet grant you mercy. My sins? Are you not the one poisoning the people against me? Do your worst, I dare you. It will only make me more powerful. I know not what is in your heart, but please end this madness. End it and return to me, my son. Uh-oh. I see where this is going. Don't get any closer! You two, why are you? Watch out! Don't! If we fight here, there's no telling how many innocents will be wounded. Pathetic as ever. I tire of this farce. I have declared my intent to become king of Razatan. As for you two, this is no place for a battle between heroes. We shall meet again, mark my words, and then we shall decide who is the mightier. Hold up. Yeah, we can't risk it here. He'll just keep dropping rocks. You're right, of course. As much as I hate to see Verzon walk free, we've yet to ascertain the extent of his power. For now we must bide our time. I noticed that despite all his proclaimed love for its people, he didn't even look back at them as he retreated. Perhaps he couldn't bear to look them in the eyes. Or one of them, at least. He almost killed his dad. Just had a thought. We should speak with Verzon's father, Alessandra. That was a disaster. Verzon is truly lost. At the very least, he's committed himself to fomenting unrest within Razatan. Although he's my son, I cannot condone his actions. His words are grand but empty, and that ridiculous armor is nothing more than gaudy decoration. He is truly the embodiment of false heroism. What's more, this latest debacle has surely made him a criminal in the eyes of the Radiant Host. All I could do now is beg them to grant my son some small degree of clemency. Before you go, may I ask you something? After Verzon called down the rocks, did you see his expression? I thought it peculiar, but I'm curious as to what his father saw in that face. Aye, it was a familiar look. When I used to scold him for losing himself in make-believe, he would get that same cast in his eyes. A look of petulant rage, as if he resented me for pulling him out of his reverie and into harsh reality. He hasn't changed. Apologies, but I must go. Just as I thought. Even clad in his shining armor, he can't bear to be told no. Now his childish games have taken a malevolent turn. But for now, we should return to Yedamad. I still have yet to hear what you learned in Toliolo, after all. Okay. Good. There she is. I'm a little behind schedule, but that's okay. Now that we have some room to breathe, I'd like to hear about your journey to Tyrell. Did my father have anything to share? I'm heartened to know he's well enough to go chasing after owls and such. I wish he'd take more care. Thank you for saving him and for bringing me this theory concerning the treasure. If it really is triggered by a sense of impending danger, it might explain why Virzon had trouble using it the first time. He wasn't truly afraid of that small fungi until it was almost upon him. It also explains how he can wield the Apex's powers despite having no training in magics. It responds to emotion, not intent. So much is falling into place. He goaded the Radiant into apprehending him because he knew the threat would be answered. You saw how nonchalantly he quit that plaza, almost as if defying someone to stop him. Virzon truly believes himself to be untouchable. I think his words and deeds align with the theory well enough. As for that curious fragment of a story, it seemed to imply that the Tyrell Vidra lost control in a panic. Perhaps its strength grows in proportion to the danger it senses, and when that danger is too great, well, you saw what happened at the Uznir Canals in Razatan. You were present both times, as were others who wished Virzon ill. And both times we saw stones much larger than we've seen before. Now I understand why he's so eager to face you. An opponent of your caliber will strike fear into Virzon's very core, and that fear will summon a power greater than any he's ever known, power enough to bring a hero to her knees. Or so he thinks, but we know better. We'll use that arrogance to our advantage and bring him crashing down to earth. Although we may have to contend with falling rocks for a time, in a straight fight he'll be outmatched. So we strike fast and we strike hard until that fancy armor is nothing more than mangled steel. Although you may prefer to put your foes to sleep and whatnot, we know he has an arsenal of alchemical concoctions at his disposal. That's why I suggest a bit of good old-fashioned brute force. While you unleash your most fearsome destructive spells, I'll be your shield. Don't even think of holding back. You got it. I look forward to fighting by your side. Now we simply have to find a suitable arena. I shall consult the Radiant host as to the location. Once that's decided, we'll confront Virzon for the final time.
Alright.
Let's finish this. You'll be pleased to know that the Radiant hosts were most helpful in finding a place fit for a duel. When I saw it, even I began to believe our encounter would be one for the songs. Speaking of which, it seems your name is on the lips of all and sundry. People already consider you the true savior of Razatan, and believe you will bring Virzon the deceitful to justice. We apologize for putting so much weight on your shoulders, but something tells me you're used to it. The final showdown shall take place in the mountain pass leading to Kadka, where great crystals will stand as witnesses to its conclusion. Suitably romantic and suitably isolated. The Radiant host have spread word throughout Thavnir that a hero has arisen to challenge Virzon, and his pride will force him to answer. The entrance to the pass is at the Giant Skull grounds. Let's head there at once to await his arrival. I'll go from Palka. I'm trying to recall if this is where we went before. There she is. Hey, girly. Stramu here has opened the way towards Katka. I'm certain Virazon will arrive before long, and then we'll wipe that arrogant grin off his face. But first we should check our gear and gird our loins for battle. Are you ready? Ready, Alessandra? Yes, I'm ready. Let's go. There he is. Through the cragged peaks of Kadga, desolate winds blow over the field of battle. Oh, what a fitting location you have chosen for the conclusion of this legendary rivalry. I was right not to face you before, in environs unsuited to a struggle between titans. Now my patience has been rewarded and my heart races in anticipation. I knew you would answer our challenge. You would never be able to stomach the people calling you craven. Such boldness in the face of impending doom. Have you not realized by now that so long as I wield the perch of the apex, I am invincible? We'll soon put that to the test. You rely too much upon stolen power. It deludes you. You claim to be a savior to the people, but they have seen through your lies. Even your own father can scarcely bear to look at you. You're nothing but a small man, hiding within the hollow facade of a hero, and today we tear that facade down. Will you now? You may have the metal, but have you the puissance to claim the mantle of hero? My mantle? The time for words has passed. Follow my lead. Okay. Get this up first. Oh, we need to AoE. Oh. There we go. Got those. Little baby plants die. This while I still have a moment. Oh, he lost his armor. Oops. I'm surrounded, go. Oh. Come on, hit him in the gut. More of these folks. Oh, more of those. Get over here. This one is the one I want. Right? Oh crap. Save the big one for him. We both consider this a draw. Philosophers, now lay down your weapon. She knocked off his pants. What are they defenseless? This rotten piece of wood was supposed to make me invincible. I can't move the artifact. It's... Oh, we need to stop this. We need to stop this. It's freaking out. Here, shield up. Come on, get it up, get it up, get it up. If you're a hero, you'd save yourself, dummy. Come on, come on, come on, come on. We did it! He's out cold. Now to take back the treasure. but this can't happen. A hero never falls. I must retreat. Yes, a tactical retreat. A noble retreat, so that the Justiciar may live to save another day. I'm gonna laugh if what I think happens, happens. Huh? Oh my god! I suppose the apex wasn't finished yet. And it seems that Virzon in his cowardly haste neglected to look skyward. Was it an unfortunate accident? Or fate delivering his just desserts? He's lucky he's not dead with that clunk. Bye. He claimed to be Razatan's savior, and he sowed only discontent among its people. Perhaps some days in a sunless jail will give him time to reflect upon the error of his ways. And now I've finally recovered the perch of the apex. Thank you for coming this far with me, Alessandra. You're welcome. The battle was hard fought, but we made it through. Virzon is the responsibility of the Radiant Host now. Now that I've done what I pledged to do, I must return home and bring the good tidings to my mother and father. Yet before doing so, there are many others I must thank. In the meantime, can I count on you to meet my family at Tuliolal for one final farewell? My parents will surely be glad to see you again. You got it. Go on, Cole. Go over here. And we're gonna jump right on over here. Yeah, I was right. They were doing it. Mommy and Daddy. I've innocent Alessandra. I'm pleased to say I've quite recovered since we last met. Perhaps one day I'll have the chance to save you in return. I didn't expect to see you in Tuliolo again so soon. Is Tepake well? Yeah, she's on her way back right now. She really did it, and the man who stole our sacred treasure will answer for his deeds. Father, Mother, it's good to see you. I'm sure Alessandra's already told you what happened. I couldn't have retrieved our treasure without her. So we've heard. Yet Alessandra also told us your wits and bravery were essential to your success. On behalf of our whole village, I thank you for guiding Tepike in her quest, Alessandra. You're welcome. Now the perch of the apex must be returned and put under careful guard once again. The story of the Teralvidra's demise proves that we are not meant to wield its power as our own. I'm sorry, Father, but I disagree. Once I return to the village, I want to tell everyone what happened in Thafnir. They need to know what the treasure is capable of, or we risk forgetting once again. I won't deny that the Apex's power is dangerous. I saw with my own eyes what happens when it's wielded with abandon. But during the course of our search, I also saw potential. If we fully understood how it worked, we could use it without risk to ourselves or other people. We could turn something we once feared to our advantage, instead of letting it become obscured in legend. I can see the reason in that. We must be ever ready for danger even in times of peace. Should our safety be threatened, the treasure may grant us a means to protect ourselves. But can we be trusted to use it responsibly? Great power breeds great desire. Someone with the same ambitions as Verzon may rise again, perhaps from among our own. I dare say that once I've regaled them with the rise and fall of the Justiciar, they'll think twice before following in his misguided footsteps. As our forebears relied on the legend of the Teralvidra's fate to forbid the treasure's use, we could rely on the story of Verzon's fate to urge caution. This time we have someone who lived through it to tell the tale. Of course, if I'm going to be guiding people in safe use of a potentially dangerous treasure, I see no choice but to inherit my father's position as its guardian. Some may raise their eyebrows at the prospect of loose-lipped Tepike serving as the perch of Apex's protector, but I've grown from my mistakes. And who better to tell the tale of Verzon's and Tepike's failures? Your only mistake was in trusting Verzon, the same as I and many others. But unlike him, you have the willpower to overcome your own failings. Over the course of your long and arduous journey, you gained a wealth of experiences, and your efforts have finally been rewarded. You took responsibility for your actions, and by so doing, proved your conviction to our people. We shall listen to this proposition with open minds, I am certain. Now we must say farewell, as much as it pains me to do so. I owe you a debt I could never hope to repay. Once I return to the village, I'll do my utmost to protect the treasure we worked so hard to retrieve. Till next we meet, may fortune smile upon you. Bye! Pretty sky. The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Teral. We did it! Alright. So now it's time to get on my main. Yeah. We're doing this way. You know, this is actually going to be the first time I've used New Game Plus at all. So let's figure it out. New Game Plus. Healer quests. Healer role quests. The Passage of the Unbound is sowing chaos in Limsilomitsa with a stolen treasure called the Heart Sting. Known to bestow mastery over myriad toxins, its power could inflict untold harm if left unchecked. You must travel to Eorzea and lend your healing magics to a woman named Loshkana, who even now searches for the thief. Will your knowledge suffice, or are some afflictions too potent to be cured? Alright. What business do you have with me? I was told you needed help. My apologies. You were Burkevu's guest, were you not? I'm Miepine, and I've journeyed far from the northern valleys of Jacques Tural to reach this grand city. Tell me, traveler, what is your name? Alessandra. Alessandra. Rest assured, I shall remember it. A shame that we must meet under these unfortunate circumstances. My village's prized possession was among the treasures stolen by the passage of the Unbound. It is known as the Heartsting, and the soul of a dread scorpion, one of the Tural Vidral, is sealed within. The creature once hunted its prey using an array of toxins produced within its body and was a menace to all. Those granted the Heartsting's gifts may wield this fearsome power as they see fit. We believe the thieves have already taken it across the ocean to Eosia, and it will doubtless wreak havoc in the wrong hands. Thus I seek a healer to remedy any harm wrought by the Heartsting's toxins in that faraway land. I won't mince words, you are precisely the sort of woman I seek. We must act quickly to avoid the worst. Will you lend us your aid? Of course. Aiding those in need is what I do best. You have my gratitude. To the matter at hand, then. While I was making inquiries here into Leolal regarding the thieves' whereabouts, some Eosian merchants told me a rather intriguing tale. Specifically, those returning from Linsa Lumensa bring fell tidings, tales of able-bodied men and women suddenly losing their vision. An all too familiar account, as the Heartsting allows mastery over all manner of poisons, including those that inflict temporary blindness. A great deal of training is required to properly utilize the Scorpion's gifts, but the blinding toxin is one of the simplest to wield. It seems to me the brigands are the masterminds of these strange incidents, harnessing the treasure's power for their own nefarious ends. Loshkana, the village elder's daughter, makes for Linsa Lumensa in pursuit of the Heartsting. I intended to set sail with her, but my foot was badly injured by a strange mechanical doll during the thieves' ambush. Loshkana insisted I remain here to recover, and she would not take no for an answer. I must ask that you cross the sea in my stead and provide Loshkana your aid. Considering that our enemy wields deadly poisons, the danger is too great for her to face alone. Based on when she departed, I presume she's arrived at her destination by now. She boarded a merchantman captained by a woman named Baldbrida, who is primarily based in Limsa Lumensa. She may be able to help you locate Loshkana. Okay. Yeah, so she's by the docks near the Arcanist Guild. Hopefully it's not too heavy of a load. There's always a lot of people here. Hi, I'm Baldbrida, and if you're planning to sell your healing services to me and my crew, don't. Me ship ain't setting sail for a short while. I'm looking for Loshkana from Tural. Eh, looking for a Turali woman named Loshkana? Aye, she made the crossing with us, trying to retrieve some sort of treasure, as I recall. I told her Hawker's Alley was her best bet for the latest chatter, so you may find her wandering thereabouts. Keep an eye out for a Huron lass in a red tunic carrying a spear on her back. She can't have got too far. Thank you. She's a dragoon, huh? Or a lancer. Jog, 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 jog. Me. There she is. Oh, hello there, stranger. Can I help you? I was looking for you. Neopene sent you to help, did he? Seeing as I've hit something of a dead end, your timing couldn't be better. I suppose proper introductions are in order then. I'm Loshkana of Shaktural, and you are? Alessandra. A pleasure to meet you, Alessandra. With that, we're strangers no longer. I'm not sure how much Neopene's already told you, but I assume you'll want to hear more about the day of the theft. Yes. My father and Neopene had just set a trap using one of the Heartsting's toxins, and were on their way to return the treasure to its resting place. But an evil presence stirred in the wilds that night. Mechanical dolls with great glowing eyes leapt from the shadows and gravely wounded them both. My father survived the encounter, thankfully, but he was unable to give chase, and convalesce is now in my home village. The culprit's faces eluded him in the darkness, but he heard two voices, a man's and a woman's. He recognized neither, so we're certain they aren't from our village. Whoever those two were, they must have been the ones controlling the dolls before making off with the Heartsting. Rook Evu said they're part of the Passage of the Unbound, but I'm afraid that's all I know of the culprits. Still, that may change if I can ascertain the cause of the recent blinding incidents that have occurred here. Unfortunately, I haven't had much luck asking around. The thought of addressing even one person is, well, overwhelming when you're from a remote village like mine. The few I've attempted to speak to were too busy to even listen in the first place. You, on the other hand, look ready to take on the world. Or at least this city. I'm sorry to ask this of you so soon after we've met, but could you help me gather the latest hearsay at the markets? Sure, I do it all the time. Many, many thanks. I'll search the quieter districts for clues in the meantime, and hopefully not get myself lost along the way. Hey, Cole, you just chill here, okay? The recent chaos in the markets. I'm told the Yellow Jackets have been thoroughly investigating the matter in cooperation with the Adventurers Guild. You're in a hurry, there's a Yellow Jacket making her rounds by way of the Fisherman's Guild. She'd be a good one to ask. Over here and talk to this person. Blinding incidents? Oh, I know of them. Started with some bad fruit at a stall in Orchard's Alley. Few bites and folks suddenly go riding around like beach sea serpents claiming they can't see a bloody thing. Don't blame them for raising hells with the shopkeep neither. Both sorts couldn't move an ill until the treatment came, then they could see properly. Shopkeep was rightly furious about the whole ordeal and took it up with his longtime supplier. Escalated into a real spectacle, it did. Turns out the same problem was occurring at other stalls and with fruit from different suppliers, so it don't make sense to pin the blame on individual sellers if the whole supply chain stayed in. Even now, nobody knows what's causing it. Grim business, I'll tell you. Yeah, I'll just jog it. At least they're only going blind, but that's still... It's still annoying. I wonder how long they were blind for. Yes, I know about the blinding incidents. I experienced it firsthand. I was rather peckish, so I purchased some fruit from a local stall and took a few bites on my way home. But before I knew it, my vision went dark. I stood there shaking and crying, terrified of what would happen if the darkness never faded. I thought I was alone until I heard a woman nearby howling with laughter. Fortunately, I didn't suffer for long. Pressing adventure cured my eyesight with Izuna. I went about the rest of my day as though nothing happened. I haven't been able to look at fruit the same way since. We shall take the Aetherite to the Fisherman's Guild. Oh, she's wearing that new outfit that's on sale. It's cute. I haven't played much of that game though. Battle Exvius. Or Exvius. One of the two. "12, be good. You're Alessandra Vendiga, aren't you? The Alessandra Vendiga. It's an honor to meet the realm's vaunted hero up close. Is there aught I could assist you with? I hear all sorts on my rounds, so if it's information you're after, you've come to the right person." "Oh yes, the serial blindings. They're causing a terrible ruckus around here. You know, a woman in red came this way a few moments ago to ask about the very same. I take it you two are acquainted?" "Yes." "I thought so. As I told her, another incident was reported yesterday morning. Victim brought fruit from a local vendor, took a few bites, then temporarily lost all vision, same as the rest. Vendor in question was last seen to the south of the Octant, so I'm headed there next to follow their trail. You're welcome to join me if it'll help your investigation." Ah, Limsa. So many winding pathways. So annoying! I've never started a character here. You burbling, Cole? You burbling? Oops. You can't move! "Alessandra, is this man going to be all right?" "He's paralyzed. We got to do something." "Well, I've no talent for healing magics, and I don't have any spine drops on me either. Perhaps Izuna might do the trick?" "Sure." I like that it's instant cast now. Very handy. "I'm healed! I'm healed! Oh, thank the 12. And you lot, of course." "Excellent work, Alessandra. On behalf of the Yellow Jackets, I owe you my thanks as well." "Now, I hate to ruin the mood, but I'll need to report this to my superiors. Could you tell us what's transpired here before we found you, sir?" "It was awful, just awful, I tell you." "I was walking home after another arduous day at work minding my own business when a Lullaphilin merchant suddenly called out to me. 'You, my good lad, looked exhausted,' he said. 'Why not soothe your weary spirit and fill your empty belly with one of the realm's sweetest apples? You've earned it, nay, you deserve it.' 'Twas a tempting sales pitch, but I wasn't keen to gamble on potentially cursed fruit. Sensing my apprehension, he proudly declared his merchandise safe to eat. He sounded sincere enough. He even took a bite of the apple himself. No tainted fruit here, he boasted, just normal, honest-to-goodness produce." He sold me the apple at a reasonable discount and all seemed well. That is until I took my first bite. The numbness spread through my body like wildfire. I collapsed to the ground, struggling to speak a single word. The vendor and his fruit had suddenly betrayed me, yet I knew not how. As I fell, a woman's shrill laughter echoed from a few moms away, and the vendors soon followed. I never saw the woman for myself, what with the whole not being able to move business, but between her laughing fits she made mention of a heart sting or some such. Oh, you poor dear. And this woman you mentioned, you're positive she spoke the word heart sting? As surely as the wind blows. For mercy, neither she nor her vendor had tried to steal my belongings, but they've certainly stolen my dignity. I hope these conniving charlatans get what's coming to them. This is dangerous fruit we're dealing in. First blindness, now paralysis? Well, first things first, I should escort this man home. If you've a mind to pursue the perpetrators further, then have care up there, alright? There's no doubt about it then. Our thieves are at large right here in Limsa. The blinding toxin is simple enough to master, but it's unsettling how quickly they've learned to inflict paralysis as well. Just don't see what the purpose this all serves. Were you able to learn anything of their motives? So they take pleasure in their victims' pain, but nothing more. At least nothing more that we know of. Whatever their true aim may be, we must discover it quickly, for more victims suffer at their hands. A hunter must adapt to their environment if they wish to snare their prey. I have so much to learn about this place. Still, I've tracked them this far, which is a good start. For the time being, I'd like to petition those officers in yellow for any new information they acquire on the Heartsting's whereabouts. When we come across any promising leads. I hope I can count on your support again. Of course. Say, Alessandro, can you spare a moment? What's up? I'll try to start on a positive note then. The good news is that there have been no further incidents involving poison fruit. I should be happy about that. But it's not exactly conducive to tracking down our thieves. Despite my best attempts, my investigation's still at a standstill. Alessandra! I bring news from Coral Tower. A Lulliflin man matching the description of that fruit vendor was seen living in the city with the urine woman. Seems they were making for airport. We've increased patrols of late, so if I had to guess, the culprits are finding it harder to operate within the city. Seems we forced them to withdraw for the time being. Airport, you say? That's on this island, isn't it? Yes, that's right. It's possible to go on foot, but the ferry by the Fisherman's Guild can take you straight there. Well, we Yellowjackets must continue to keep an eye on things here. It's reassuring to know an adventurer of Alessandra's caliber is on the case. You plan to pursue the suspects. Airport's your best bet. Got it. That's it. I should get back to work. It was an honor to meet you and your friend, Alessandra. Safe travels to you both, and give those crooks a good thrashing for me. The city's protectors place so much trust in your abilities. I'm lucky to have you on my side. When I first set sail for Eosia, I'd feared I'd never see the Heartsting again. But we're one step closer to bringing it home. In any event, we'd best find our way to the port town before that pair of troublemakers defiles another fruit supply. I'll go on ahead and take the ferry. Meet me in Airport once you're ready. I'm gonna take the ferry too, because I can. I've been having to do a lot of teleporting already. Here. To the boat. Da. Oh, there you are, Alessandra. You're a welcome sight among such unfamiliar scenery. The ferry skipper was eager to teach me all about this area on the ride here, so I believe I have a general idea of what's what. Wouldn't want to lose my bearings on a hunt this important. I asked him about merchants, but he said he hadn't seen a pair like that. The skipper did mention another merchant, though, one who's well versed in the comings and goings of his fellow traders. If anyone's sighted our unlikely duo, it's him. Let's hope it's enough to put us on the culprit's trail again. The merchant we seek should be peddling his wares by the gates to Skull Valleys. Let's start there. You got it. I like this statue. He matches the skipper's description. I think we found our merchant. Can I help you? We're looking for a Lalafell merchant and a Huron girl. A Lalafell and a Huron traveling together? Oh, I have spotted them. I'd never seen them before. They certainly made an impression. They sold some potions and elixirs to a pair of fresh-faced adventurers on the cheap, from what I could tell. If those merchants really are our culprits, then those potions are most likely tainted with toxins. Toxins, you say? That don't bode well. The adventurers who bought them, a marauder named Whistlam and a conjurer named Zarek, already left for the next job. Said they were escorting one of the local farmers over to Swiftperch. They're good lads, the two of them. They've been making life easier for the small folk here ever since they arrived, and I'd hate to see something happen to them. Someone needs to warn them about those potions right quick. Leave that to us. Swiftperch is southeast of here, yes? Let's find them before the poison takes hold. Yeah, because they're probably wanting to see their reaction anyway. Let's go! Went a little too far. We'll get off the keyboard. Look, you can either go on top of the tower or go on the floor. I don't want you on my mouse. On you go. Holy spam! guys hear a weird noise? I thought I heard a weird noise. Stay on your guard, Alessandro. We're being watched. I can't stop these blessed hiccups. You must aid Muslim. That was too bloody close for comfort. Thanks for saving our asses, lass. You. Thank the gods you found us when you did. Those potion sellers must have swindled us. One draught of elixir was all it took to send Zerg into the most furious fit of hiccups I've ever seen. Poor bastard couldn't cast a single spell. Who are you? Poor bastard. If the heartstrings toxins are at work here, we should be able to cleanse them with Izuna just like last time. So did you say... Oh, sod it. We'll have plenty of time to chat after Zerg stops hiccuping a storm. I hate to ask more of you, but if you could cast Izuna on my partner, it'd be much appreciated. I can speak again. You have my thanks. Bloody hells. First we waste our hard-earned coin on poisoned potions, and now there are killer mammoths on the loose? What's the world coming to? Who goes there? Show yourself! Oh me, oh my, our spear-wielding friend is sharp of eye! You're the frauds from Ailport. Why, yes, and watching your scrawny compatriots suffer was the highlight of our day. I admit the poison was meant to silence him, but hiccups, 'twas comedy at its finest. Perhaps the elixir reacted with the venom. Regardless, we've had our fill of fun from the results, so I shan't complain. Venom? Then you must be the thieving cowards from the Passage of the Unbound. Oh, my sweet fairy apple, you know us? I suppose that means we're famous. I can't believe it. Oh, who am I kidding? Yes, I can. Indeed, I am the Passage of the Unbound's alchemist extraordinaire, the illustrious Ellerette. And I'm so very, very pleased to make your acquaintance. Okanoa, at your service, Ellerette's helping hand and master of mammoths. Your garb is ever so familiar to me, my dear. Ah, don't tell me. You hail from that little village in Tyrol, don't you? My goodness, you've come a long way. How was the voyage? Enjoying the sights? Enough! You've got a lot of explaining to do, starting with the reason you took the heart sting. Is this part of your organization's grand scheme? Well, the apple bites back. 'Tis true that my unbound compatriots harbor lofty ambitions, yes. But I have no interest in overthrowing nations. I merely crave the mires of chaos they've promised me. I aim to bring more laughter into this dreary world, one mischief and a few handy poisons at a time. Kokolo and I are having oodles of fun expanding our repertoire of toxic treats. Yet there's no greater kill to our thrills than a healer who can whisk our hard work away. Unless, of course, I master a toxin even she can't cure. Ooh, I do love a challenge. Now, I hate to leave you, my dears, but our work here is done, and we've a busy schedule ahead of us. Mammoths to mend, venomous steeds to master. Ta-ta for now. No, wait, damn you! Oh, that stench smells like a corpse just shat itself. This odor is too much to bear. Take me home to the 12-wood whistle. The air is clearer there. Oh no, don't you dare give out on me, Zarek. We've still got a job to do. We mustn't keep our client waiting any longer, but we're in your debt. Thank you again for everything, Miss, Loshkana. And this here is Alessandra. Take care of each other out there. Much as I'd like to track down the Unbound, I know better than to tread further into their territory without a plan. For now, I think it best we return to Limsa Laminsa. Mm-hmm. Dun, 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 dun. She's over. Thank you for your support back there, Alessandra. The Suna truly does work wonders. And that Elleret, I can't stop thinking about what she said. My blood boils knowing that this is all some sick game to her. How dare she toy with the heart-sting for her own amusement? Honestly, even the youngest children in my village have more sense. Still, we did make progress. Now that the villains have revealed themselves, it'll be easier to give chase when they choose to make their next move. In any case, I'll keep you apprised of the latest news as soon as I hear it. We'll be back to the hunt before long. Alright. Next. Oh, it's you, Alessandra. You'll have to forgive the dour mood. I don't understand it. How is it that Elleret and Kokonoa can so grandiosely reveal their names and identities, yet I remain unable to track them down? I've been following the latest hearsay, but I haven't had much luck. Not a soul's seen them since the incident with Wislam and Zarek. That's not to say I've given up entirely. Now that they know I'm on the trail, I suspect they're using my unfamiliarity with this island to their advantage. I dare say they're lying low outside the city. That's why I propose a trip to the Morbay dry docks. Folk here often speak of it, but I've yet to go there myself, so it seems as good a place as any. If you're game, I'll meet you there. Sure. I'll go there all the time to tend to my island sanctuary. High-strung shipwright. Where the hell's could he have gone? Oh, there you are, Alessandra. While I was waiting for you, this fellow came asking for help. Sorry to trouble you, but my little brother's gone missing and I could use a hand finding him. He said he wanted to see the ships I made, so I started showing him around. Next thing I knew, he was gone. Lad's probably got himself lost. Oh, that poor dear. I know we still have this heart sting to consider, but I'd like to search for this man's brother if that's all right with you. Much appreciated. I'm sure we'll find him all the faster with your help. Yeah, me thanks. My brother wouldn't say boo to a goose, so I doubt he'd leave the docks on his own. He's got a mop of red hair like mine, so you'll know him when you see him. We'll keep an eye out. I know you're itching to search for him as well, but would I ask you to wait here in case he comes back? Let's split up so we can cover more ground. Good luck. There he is. Oh, he's crying. I'm scared. Where are you? It's okay, I'm here. Oh, you're here to take me back to my brother? Yes. You found the little one, Alessandra. I'm so glad he's safe. I just wanted to see the ships my brother was working on. I thought I could see him better from higher up, but I lost my way. Sounds like you've had quite the adventure. But you were very brave today, so I'll tell you a secret. Even grown-ups get lost. I have an awful time learning my way around somewhere new, even with the map. Really? I guess I'm not the only one. A smile. We like to see those. Now your brother's very worried about you. Can you promise me you won't go wandering off on your own again? I promise. I should say sorry to my brother too. Let's take him back then. Brother! Your life savers, both of you. You deserve a proper reward, but I ain't got much to offer at the moment. Oh, we're in no need of coin, just some information if you have it. Have you seen a Huron woman and a Lullafellan man around the docks in recent days? One is an alchemist and the other a goldsmith. They'd likely have a few mammoths with them as well. If not, have you heard any rumors of food or drink that causes ailments when you consume them? Blindness or numbness, perhaps? Afraid I haven't heard or seen anything or anyone like that. Sorry I couldn't be more help to you. That's alright. Knowing they haven't been around the docks is equally helpful. Well, that's good at least. I'll be praying to the Navigator you both find who you're looking for. Anyway, the two of us ought to be heading home. Thanks again for everything. Good fortune and safe travels to you both. Oh, still no word of the Unbound. At least we could help those brothers. Children often let their curiosity guide them, which means they'll naturally wander off on their own adventures. I don't blame that man for worrying as much as he did. Something tells me you speak from personal experience. I do, in fact. I'm the oldest sibling in my family. I can't tell you how many times I've had to search for my brothers and sisters when they were growing up. Now that I think on it, I've barely even told you about my family, or my village, or anything really. I'd be happy to share a few stories if you'd like. The ocean view here is beautiful, so you may as well enjoy the scenery and relax a bit. My people hail from the northern valleys of Dawntrail. We're a close-knit community of hunters, for the most part. Children are given spears, well, practice ones, but they even learn to walk, and we hone our trekking skills from a very young age. Is it that surprising? It seems second nature to me, but then again I've encountered my fair of surprises here as well. Our village rests in a veritable sea of poisonous plants and animals, so the slightest injury on a hunt can prove deadly. Thus we believe it prudent to begin our training as early as possible. Yet no matter how skilled we might become, accidents are inevitable, and the heart sting proves vital to our survival. Not only does it produce poison, it cleanses it as well. In the right hands, it can dispel some of the deadliest natural toxins known to mankind. It even purifies the beasts we hunt. In fact, our diet consists of highly venomous creatures, ones that would normally kill a grown adult if ingested. The heart sting allows us to lead a quiet, peaceful life in lands where others dare not tread. It always has. I suppose that's why I never imagined someone like Ellerat would take that away from us. When I left, our village food stores were well stocked, but I can't bear the thought of my younger brothers and sisters going hungry. I must return the heart sting as soon as I can, for their sakes. I wish to bring back their smiles and make them feel safe again, just as we did for that young boy. In any case, thank you for listening. Thinking of home puts me in good spirits. As long as I remember who and what I'm here for, I'll be all right. I know it. I've kept you long enough. I think it's time we made our way back to Limsa, don't you? I think this person might be doing the quest. That was a much needed reprieve, but we'll need to plan for our next destination, and soon. Oh, now fancy meeting you here. It's good to see you two again. What brings you to Limsa? Nothing of import, really. Just a bit of restocking before our next job, but we happened to spot you along the way. Didn't want to miss the opportunity to greet our heroes. Our client arrived to switch perfed in one piece, thanks to your timely assistance. Indeed, while I regret that you had to see us in such a pitiable state, we're both grateful for your aid. When last we met, you spoke of pursuing those two charlatans, did you not? Yes, that's right. They've stolen a precious heirloom from my village, so I'm doing everything in my power to return it to its rightful place. So that's the way of it. Bombastic as those two were, we've not seen hide nor hair of them in Aleport since. No word of any incidents like ours, either. I have a feeling they won't stay in the shadows for long. If we sniff out any suspicious incidents while we're out and about, we'll keep you informed. I won't say no to some extra pairs of eyes around the island. I've made my base of operations here in the city, so if you hear even a peep about a poisoning, you know where to find us. We've almost got a full party. Well, we may not have found any leads on Ellerat, but I'm glad we had a chance to chat. And with Whistlam and Zerg on our side, things are looking up. For now, I'll keep in touch with our newfound allies. Should I hear any news on our culprits, I'll be sure to let you know. And now we're in the latter half. Got 3 more. Alessandra, am I glad to see you. I've just received word from Whistlam and Zerg. Our culprits have finally been spotted. Seems the thieves headed for Upper Lanosia. I offered to make my way there as soon as I could, but Whistle and Zarek said I should hang back for now. Once they've gathered enough information, they'll be heading back to Aleport. Let's go and see what news they have to share. I'll teleport this time. No sign of Whistle and Zarek yet. I don't mean to assume the worst, but I admit I'm a bit worried. Oh, I knew I should have insisted on going. I don't want them injured on my behalf. I say we head out and find them. Miss Loshkana, terribly sorry for the delay. Whistle and Zarek, thank goodness. How did you fare out there? You found Elaret and Kokonoa, yes? Oh, we found them all right, but it didn't take long for them to find us. We were set upon by Kokonoa's mammoths. His mechanical menagerie greatly outnumber us and may very well have been our end. Death by mammoths isn't an ideal way to go, mind you, so a retreat was our only option. Cowardly though it might sound, we needed to ensure we could keep you aware of the culprit's whereabouts. Before they spotted us, they were stuffing their little metal army into a skiff bound for Camp Bronze Lake, and mark my words, they're plotting something new. Of course, it's entirely possible they seek a quiet route to Eastern Alasia and wish to bypass Bronze Lake instead, but a thorough search of the camp would be wise. Alas, the enemy you face is far beyond our capabilities, so this is as far as Whistlam and I will be able to go. Sorry we couldn't provide more decisive information. Honestly, I should be the one apologizing. You risked life and limb for me already. I never meant to push you past your limits. You needn't dwell on it. Where is he going to bring those criminals to justice as you? Indeed, we shall at least take pride in knowing we could point you in the right direction. But we should take our leave now. Whistler and I ran most of the way here, and I think I speak for us both when I say we could use a comfortable chair and a hearty meal. None can gainsay your strength, my friends, but I beg you not to underestimate that of our foe. Go well, and may your determination guide you to victory. Camp Bronze Lake. Harry Skipper spoke of the place my first time here. We should hurry and seek passage before Elaret and Kokonoa elude us again. He's here to do the bathing dance. What a lovely camp. Now, if I were a half-crazed alchemist with the heart sting and a new scheme up my sleeve, where would I hide? Uh-oh. Is it just me? Oh, there are pigs flying in the sky. It hurts to laugh. Oh dear, that doesn't bode well. To the upper levels, Alessandro, quickly. Poisoning the springs, you truly are the lowest of the low. You flatter me. 'Twas just a little poison, really, as a treat. I'm afraid I couldn't contaminate all the water here, but we're having oh so much fun with our shiny new hallucinatory toxin. Step away from the springs, Alessandra, now. Protecting the healer, are we? How sickeningly sweet of you. But you are to watch your step as well, my dear fairy apple, lest you find yourself seeing stars. Or, Elleret, is Artemis? Oh, you look absolutely hideous. Or should I say adorable? Why, you're as bonny as a porcelain doll. The hells are you on about? Very interesting. Yes, very interesting indeed. I believe I may have poisoned myself. Now there's a predicament. And guess what? Do you recall those antidotes I prepared at the base? Because I forgot to bring them. You are your own worst enemy, do you know that? I suggest we retreat before you decide to dive headfirst into the springs for fun. Unbound scum! You think we'll allow you to walk free after the chaos you've caused? Well, yes, actually. Have you seen Elleret? She's in no state to contend with you. I've never been one for rough and tumble. Of course, you're welcome to give chase, provided you have no qualms about leaving these poor souls to laugh themselves senseless. Retreat, though we must. I would call today a rousing success. But worry you not, my dearest bushel of busybodies. We've plenty more tricks in store for you and I don't sense any toxins in the water anymore, so the springs should be safe again. Will the toxins affect the animals around here? Seeing as Elleret suffered from a taste for her own medicine, I doubt she's mastered much of the heartstrings' power. As such, any poison she produces from it would be relatively weak. Most of her handiwork has already evaporated with the steam. One might compare it to the way those awful unbound smoke bombs dissipate. Thank goodness they do. In more capable hands, however, the heartsting's poison remains active unless dispelled with the Suna or another form of antidote. The same permanence applies to its cleansing abilities for our food. Well, there's much on my mind, but I think we've bigger problems to address first. Let's make our rounds of the camp, then talk about our next steps. I'm going to have a look around the springs to ensure the toxins are gone for good. Could I ask you to treat any victims you come across? Sure. Much appreciated, madam. I wasn't anywhere near the water when it was poisoned, but the toxic steam must have drifted this way. When I heard the rumblings about mysterious mammoths roaming around the camp recently, I was more than a little apprehensive. I never expected those mammoths' masters would do something so cruel. Your efforts are helping us put this turmoil behind us, and for that you have my thanks. But I can't simply let you administer this aid alone. I should tend to the remaining victims as well. Okay. Oh, thank the gods! I wasn't expecting to nearly laugh myself to death at a place meant for healing, but at least I can breathe easy again. I hear you're chasing after the ones who did this. You're either very brave or very reckless, but I'm inclined to assume the former. Any road, all that laughing has exhausted me, so I may as well take a break from my soak. Thank you again for your kindness, and may the navigator keep you. My costume compatriots, they're gone. Farewell, my visions, may you revel on in my memory. They say laughter is the best medicine, but I feel far worse than before. Many thanks for putting an end to it. No problem. I think I've earned myself another soak and an extra flagon of mulled wine. As it travels to you, healer. The worker's like, shall I put it on your tab, ma'am? How goes the healing, Alessandra? Everyone's okay now, I think. Wonderful. I'm glad Asuna proved effective. For my part, I've given the springs a thorough look. The toxins have dissipated completely, so the bathers should be safe from here on out. As for Elleret and Kokonoa's antics, I've had a moment to reflect on everything. Now that our work is done, do you have a moment to chat? Sure. I'm well versed in the numbing and blinding poisons we use on our hunts at home, but something kept troubling about Elleret's toxin. I've never seen anything like it. I had no idea it even existed among the Scorpion's gifts. Elleret may be inexperienced, but the fact that she's learned to inflict hallucinations is cause for concern. Still, we should try and look on the bright side. She's yet to discover the heartstrings' cleansing properties, judging by the way she couldn't cure her own ailments. Knowing her as we do, I reckon she only has toxic trickery on her mind. Kokonoa, however, handled himself surprisingly well despite his exposure. Do you recall the man in Limsa who ate the poisoned apple? He claimed that Kokonoa took a bite, yet never suffered its ill effects. He must have some manner of immunity, but how? Traditional Dunesfolk families often drink poison teas to build tolerance. How intriguing! So instead of using an heirloom like the heartstring, the Dunesfolk train their bodies to endure fatal toxins. I'd be interested to try that tea, as long as I had an antidote in hand. I didn't realize Kokonoa might have had that sort of upbringing, but would certainly explain why Elleret's tricks don't seem to affect him. Few in my village would ever think to consume potentially lethal food or drink without drawing on the heartstrings' power, yet the Dunes folk do it gladly. The more I consider our differing approaches to poison, the more fascinating it becomes. But I have a feeling the bathers won't want to overhear talk of poisons after what they've just been through. Why don't we continue our discussion in Limsa Lamensa? Okay. Back to base. I didn't mean to do that. It's always tricky when I'm having to hit a button and I hit one next to it. Phew. I know I've been anxious to ascertain our thieves' whereabouts, but things escalated far quicker than I thought. Your presence throughout the whole ordeal was a welcome one, Alessandra. What was not so welcome were Elleret's parting words. Whatever she has planned for the whole island, it can't possibly be good. Her acts of mischief have only grown worse since I arrived in this city. We must take the Heartsting back before she causes any lasting harm. Of course, it was Wislam and Zarek's efforts that led us to Elleret, so I'll have to thank them when I get the chance. In the meantime, I'll do what I can to track down our unruly thieves and report to you as soon as I'm able. 2 more to go. Alessandra, I'm glad you're here. On the cusp of a breakthrough in our search. I'm on the cusp of a breakthrough in our search. Well, I'd like to think so. This won't come as a surprise, but Elleret and Kokanoa went back into hiding after the Bronze Lake incident. With all their grandstanding, I wasn't expecting them to lay low for so long, but I doubt they'll keep it that way. Fortunately, we have prior experience to guide us. Until now, our culprits have traveled all over Vilbrand, and they don't appear to be retracing their steps. I hear Costa del Sol attracts many visitors, so that seems a likely target. They say it's owned by an entrepreneur named Gegeruju. Perhaps we can ask if he spied anything out of the ordinary. That guy. That guy. Oh. Yeah, I've been trying not to do that, and I did it. What picturesque scenery. I hadn't expected Costa del Sol to be so grand. From what I gather, Gegeruju should be just up ahead. I don't suppose you're already acquainted with him? For better or for worse. It's not very encouraging, but as long as you're on good enough terms, I'm sure we'll be fine. In any case, let's be on our way. Oh! Well, if it isn't our favorite intrepid adventurer, what brings you to my abode? Why, yes, I did spy that lovely specimen over here. Alas, I was so entranced by her feminine wiles that I cannot recall any such entourage of Lalafella men or mammoths. I would that I never drank that wine she so gracefully gifted me. A single sip and I saw oh so many stars. I thought them wonderful in those first blissful moments. I partook of the drink amongst my retinue of kittens, yet as the rush of stars subsided, I found myself surrounded by a flock of unfamiliar faces instead. At first, I presumed the wine caught up to me faster than I had anticipated, but time passed and the unknown faces stubbornly remained. I doused across the shore in horror. In the midst of the mayhem, I could hear her, the wine-wielding beauty, maniacally laughing in the distance with some other chap. I feared these cackles would be the last thing I ever heard. Which is precisely why I found it appropriate to slap the sense back into him. Oh, is it him? Yes, it is. I should have known it was Westgate. Judging by the way Master Gedgeruju was darting around at the time, I suspected he'd been in his cups. Drank the whole bloody bottle, too, so if you wish to investigate the wine itself, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Can you blame me? Questionability of our wine aside, that woman was immaculate. A sight for sore eyes. Any gentleman of taste would have fallen for her tricks. We may lack the drink in question. We received reports of mammoths roaming Raincatcher Gully not long after the incident. If you intend to investigate this further, you'd certainly be doing us a favor. You got it. Any news of wayward mammoths is promising for us. We'll give the gully a look and relay to you whatever we find. Godspeed out there. And our next destination is clear. But before we depart, Alessandra, might I have a word? Mm-hmm. Based on Gigaruju's account, it's safe to say Elowitz discovered a new poison. While similar to the hallucinatory toxin she used at Bronze Lake, it strikes terror into the hearts of its victims instead. I have a bad feeling about this. She's gaining proficiency with the heart sting at an alarming rate, so we must tread carefully when we next cross paths with her. As for the mammoths, Lucanor doesn't seem the type to send them wandering around aimlessly. That's why I think they're bound to have some clues on them. We could track those mammoths down in Raincatcher Gully. We may be able to discern what those two are planning next. Well, over the river and through the woods. Wow, hey Cole. I'm almost done. I just got a couple of quests to do. Oh. Is there just two? I'm just gonna burn them down single target style. Oh, there's another one. There she is. Phew. I think we've cleared out the mammoths. How fared your hunt? Comprehensive report detailing Vilbrand's every waterway. They're gonna poison the water! So they've been keeping a record of the island's rivers. Oddly enough, the mammoths I came across were patrolling the river as well. Now that they've tested their poisons on Bronze Lake Springs, do they mean to take to the rivers next? Alessandra, watch out! Oh! My, that dart was laced with a potent numbing toxin, but nothing bruises our favorite fairy apple, it seems. You never cease to amaze and annoy me in equal measure. She's like to have the same manner of immunity as I. Her village was positively brimming with poisonous flora and fauna, after all. I have a request for you, my dears. Would you please give up on your little trinket? Pretty please. I wish only to revel in the fruits of my devilry, yet you continue to spoil my every attempt. And trust me, I despise our conflict as much as you do. Indeed, do you think we enjoy watching our finest mammoths suffer at your hands? Enough! If you truly wanted to end this, you'd hand over the heart sting. The scorpion's gifts weren't meant for a petulant, childish criminal like you. Fine then, no more Miss Nice Elleret. But answer me this, who have my antics killed, huh? Who? No one, I remind you. So why must you refuse me? Why must the world refuse me? Our blighted society has never looked fondly upon my love for mischief. For years I despaired, until my unbound family and its leader granted me the greatest gifts of all, love and understanding. So long as I remain unbound, I care not what the wretched masses think. I shall play my tricks as my heart desires, and all who stand in defiance will know my wrath. That includes you, my dears. My next scheme will finally plunge this island into the chaos I so desperately crave, and I will stop at nothing to see it realized. Sorry to worry you, Alessandra. I'm feeling much better now. I'm ashamed I didn't sense that mammoth's presence quickly enough, but I'm glad you came out of the ambush unscathed. That aside, I wish they didn't use such putrid smoke to make their exits. I don't know if my nose or my stomach can take any more of those awful bombs. With Elleret and Coconoa gone, I doubt we'll be able to find much else here. Let's return to Costa del Sol and inform them of the latest. Shall we report to Gegaruju? back already? How fortuitous. Or ominous. Or both even. I take it you found those wayward mallets. Yeah, we took them down, found the guys, they ran away. Surveying Vilbrun's waterways, are they? After the recent poisoning at Camp Bronzeleg, we have reason to believe the culprits are planning to make Vilbrun's rivers their next target. So the culprits are one and the same, then. I'd heard my suspicions since I caught wind of the incident at Warmline Springs. Regardless, this bodes ill. We may not know which of these rivers they'll strike until it's too late. Well, I shall not stand for any more preposterous poisonings. 'Twould be prudent to inform the Maelstrom of these potential horrors. The one who poisoned you, her name is Eleret. She stole something precious from my village, and I must recover it no matter the cost. If you learn anything of her whereabouts or her plans in the coming days, anything at all, I'd like to hear of it as well. Well spent on finding her, eh? A brave one you are. Oh, I couldn't possibly deprive the lovely lady of the information she requires. Worry not, for my servants shall sally forth in your general direction the moment they hear of Eleret's newest misdeeds. Oh, thank you. That'd be much appreciated. It's going to be an uphill battle, but we can't afford to let Eleret and Kukano elude us any further. Come, Alessandra, it's back to Limsa Lamensa with us. Bye! Thank you as always for your support, Alessandra. Gigaruju was interesting to say the least, but I'm glad we obtained the information we needed. I don't know why I allowed Eleret to say her piece. Should have swallowed my pain and taken up my spear. I could have apprehended her right then and there, and yet... No, it's okay. There's no more room for mistakes. The longer Eleret lurks in the shadows, the greater the threat becomes. Countless lives are at risk. The next time we find her, we end her tricks once and for all. For now, I'll remain here and await news from Costa del Sol. Here we go. Let's finish this. Hello there, Alessandra. I've been on the lookout for anyone from Costa del Sol, but nothing yet. Perhaps we should travel over there ourselves, just in case... Mistress Alessandra, Mistress Lushkana. Wrong one. Forgive me the sudden entrance, but I bring a message from Master Gigaruju. Your quarry has been sighted in eastern Lunosia. Oh, well, I'm glad I didn't leave early. Thank you for bringing word. Where in eastern Lunosia were they last seen? Master Westgate but recently received a report from Mistress Blayfox, a trusted associate of his. We're told a number of inbreakers with fighty tools and tinkatals infiltrated her long stop. We have little doubt the inbreakers and tinkatals she speaks of are Eleret and her troop. I see. And we'd best find this Brayflox, and soon. Indeed. You'd like to find her by the entrance to a long stop in Raincatcher Gully. My master and his associates wish you good hunting. We should get a first-hand account from Blade Fox as well. Perhaps she'll have more to tell. Let's be off, Alessandra. You got it. Whiteboard. I remember when we were playing during A Realm Reborn, everyone wanted to gather up the armor sets from Greyflux. And I couldn't help thinking of the Three Stooges bit where they go, Niagara Falls, slowly I turn, step by step. And because I was hearing my partner at the time complaining about trying to farm for gear, I came up with a parody that's like, Bray Flux long stop. Slowly I farm, no gear in sight. Hey, Bray Flux. Uplander Gubby friend returns to Longstop. So this is Bray Flux. I told her she reminded me of a moblin, but I got a bit of a scolding for that. Not mobbies, she said. Gobbies. Yes, gobbies. And gobbies require hand lending to backstrike at inbreakers. Inbreakers being big flock of digger dolls to search for water gush. Water gush? Does Ellerit mean to poison the island's water source? This must be why they were researching the rivers. If the toxins are strong enough, anyone or anything that drowns near the water would grow terribly ill. All of Vilbran would fall into disarray. Poison makes no good for Gobbyflock. No good for Vilbrand. Narrowheart's in need of many punishings. This goes far beyond trickery. We must end Ellerit's ambitions here and now. I doubt she'll come quietly, and she has the heartstring at her disposal. But with your aid, Alessandra, I know we can take it back. As soon as you're ready, we'll storm the Long Stop. My water? All right, let's go. Well, this is it. Ready to storm the Long Stop, Alessandra? Yes. There they are. Oh, I knew bringing those bits and bombs for battle was a good idea. If you're after some manner of surrender with heartfelt embraces and handing over of magic heirlooms, you've come to the wrong Long Stop, my dear. You monster! You plan to poison every waterway in Vilbrand, don't you? But of course, the trick is to let the poison stew for a few bells, with a healthy helping of those tantalizing toxins and a dollop of advanced alchemical processes. Poof! This eyesore of an island will get a taste of my finest work yet. My masterpiece neither dissipates nor evaporates, and no amount of inherent immunity can save you from its influence. It may be safe to the touch, but one tiny sip will have you begging for mercy. That's no jest, by the way. I won't begin to describe what manner of havoc the experimental doses wreaked on me, and I will look forward to seeing how it affects the general populace. Oh yes, the residents of Limsa and its adorable little hamlets rely on this water. So very many people blissfully unaware of what's to come. And every single one of those wretches will be at the mercy of our malice. Every single one. If she unleashes those toxins into the waterways, this is going to end up far worse than Bronze Lake. The only wretches I see here are you two. Your precious scorpion once hunted prey with these poisons, yes? Perhaps I should learn from its example and revel in the thrill of the chase. I suspect that's my cue to back away. I'd rather watch the chaos unfold from a safe distance. Those venomous gifts keep on giving. My aether is infused with their essence. So now, my dears. Ellerit Venomheart. It's time I hunt you for a change. Here we go. All right. Oh dear, sweet fairy apple, I'm afraid you've soured on me. Prepare to perish. Little poison of a kid. Oh wait, I lied. Oh well. Oh. Oh, hold on. Why are you coming this way? Me first, then her. Give me these. Oh, I'm so to take that toll if she's not careful. There we go. But so we just begun, my dears. I've plenty more where that came from. A regen on us. Oh, he brought out the mammoths. Oops. Quickly before he blows up. That's funny. I'll be fine. Just a few more drops. What in the hell? I think it's that one. I was right. I'm always good at this game. Desperate times, as they say. I'll summon the defective mammoths. Oh no. I'm sorry, the what? No, not me! Oh, I need to be careful. Shiva strats. I'll handle the rest, Kokoro. You got a little spit and shit this out. Oh crap. Come on. She's offboarding. You're rotten to the core. Why do you persist? What stabs it all? Oh, my Tonics, they betrayed me! Oops. Enough, featherettes. We must escape while we still can. A smoke bomb, quickly. Fine. Have it your way. Wait, that's a goblin maid. No, you'll rue the day you made enemies of the Unbound! She left quite the mess behind her. Nothing the Heartstain can't detoxify, though. Let's hurry and clear away the poison. There you are, Alessandra. We came running once we heard the explosion, but I'm pleased to see you're none the worse for wear. Eleret and Kokonoa picked up the wrong explosive. We should consider ourselves fortunate that goblin bombs resemble unbound smoke bombs. Gobby booms and friendly faces win the day. Inbreakers go flying skyward. Wait all rounds of the log stop as well. The enemy mammoths patrolling the place have all gone lifeless. The treasure is safe, I trust? Yes, thanks to Alessandra's support. Very good. Should those troublemakers survive the impending fall, they won't pose the same threat without it. If they do happen to show their sorry faces around here again, I've notified the Yellow Jackets to be on the lookout for them. They send their regards, and their deepest gratitude, of course. Thank you. I wonder... The Heartstain is safe again. Thank you for everything, Alessandra. And thank you too, Brave Flocks. We might not have found Eleret and Kokonoa without you. Brave Flocks, happy gives hand lending. Important for all good gobbies to offer hand lending to fellow gobby friends. It's an honor to be encountered among your gobby friends. Now, as eager as I am to get the Heartstain back safely to Tyrell, I'd like to say my goodbyes to everyone here first, if that's all right. Wissam and Zerg deserve to know how everything transpired in the end, for one thing. Shall we make our way to Elport? Okay. I'm relieved our troubles are over, but I've never been good at farewells. Alessandra, it's good to see you and Miss Lushkana well. Well met, you two. How fares the hunt for Ellet? We found her, though they got knocked in the sky. Said them flying, did you? Now those are what I call good tidings. To think they'd confuse a goblin explosive for their own smoke bombs. Serves them right, I say. With Miss Loshkana's heirloom returned, we can breathe a collective sigh of relief. I, for one, am pleased there will be no more risk of poisoned elixirs. I wouldn't have wished those hiccups on my worst enemy. By the by, Miss Loshkana, I knew you traveled far to get here, but I didn't realize you hailed from Tyrol. That's quite a voyage. Will you be heading home soon? Yes, that's right. Vilbrand is a fascinating place, but my village is probably worried sick about me. And the hot stink, too, of course. Though your time here was short, you'll be sorely missed. Still have much to learn, but one day perhaps we might find our way to Tyrol as well. Oh, that would be wonderful. And when you do, I'll look forward to hearing all about your adventures. And you? We had a feeling you were no ordinary adventurer. Imagine our surprise when we learned you were the savior of the realm herself. One of our Yellow Jacket acquaintances boasted about meeting the Warrior of Light while investigating their serial poisonings, and that's when it's dawned on us. She sends her regards, by the way. We've miles to go before we reach your lofty heights, but God's willing we'll try to rise to the challenge. Indeed, you've given me much to aspire to as a fellow healer, and I shall do my utmost to follow your shining example. Well, be well, you two, and may we meet again on distant shores. Thank you both for your help. I'll never forget it. It's time I returned to Tuliolo. It would mean the world to me if you'd come too, Alessandra. I wouldn't want to report our success to Nepean without you. Okay. Tuliolala. Loshkana, and Alessandra as well. Your combined presence here can only mean one thing. Alessandra and I have brought the Heartsting home. So you have, so you have. I regret that I cannot assist you, but I am relieved that all is well. Words cannot express my gratitude to you both. Taking back the Heartsting was no easy task, but I learned a great deal on my journey to Eosia. One of the Unbound, a man called Kokonoa, possessed an inherent immunity to poison, built up by years of regularly ingesting small amounts. Rather than relying solely on the Scorpion's gift to detoxify us, perhaps we might learn from those traditions and build up a stronger immunity of our own. It would be prudent to prepare ourselves in case something like this ever happens again. We're to continue living among the deadly. Perhaps it's time we found new ways to overcome the challenges we face. Throughout my life in the village, I thought I knew everything there was to know about the Heartsting. But I now understand that Scorpion's gifts can easily become a curse in the wrong hands. Its power can poison a single water source, threaten countless lives on a whim. But at the same time, its detoxifying powers can save just as many. I began to wonder if the Heartsting provides succor outside our village. Should it, or will the risks prove too great? Excellent questions all. Knowing what the Heartsting is capable of outside our borders, we must consider this carefully for the future of our people. I am certain your father will wish to speak more of it upon our return. As you can see, our community has much to consider if we're to keep thriving. But for the moment, I'm simply glad the Heartstring is back in Tyrell, and I can't thank you enough for your help. Until I met you, I'd never hunted alongside a healer, but knowing I had your support filled me with courage. Yours is a heartening presence, one I'm going to miss dearly. You have my gratitude and my trust, Alessandra, now and forever. But as much as I'd like to, I won't keep you any longer. Neopine and I have a long trek home. I wish you all the best, and I hope, no, I know, we'll meet again someday. Yep. Yay! Woo! We did it, guys. We did it. Oh, you're a busy woman. Rest assured, once this passage of the Unbound business is dealt with, there'll be a full plate of my finest tacos with your name on them. Thank you, Brookhaven. Alright. So, we're done. We've got a healer, tank, melee, and physical ranged, and caster DPS all at 100. Yay! Ah, that was a lot. And next month, when they have the quest that ties it all together, I will stream that too. That should be coming out sometime in January. Alright. Let me take a quick look at Twitch here. Okay, that's alright. Well, for those who are watching live, thank you for joining me on this second half of my role quests excursions. If you haven't already, please be sure to give me a follow here on Twitch, as that does help me with my goals for working toward affiliate. For those watching in the future, thank you for checking out my VODs. Please be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channels to find out when more VODs get uploaded, and God's willing, I will record some holiday songs for this month. We'll see. We will see. Well, that's all for now. Until then, have a fantastic day. See you next time. Bye-bye.